Ever felt that prickle on the back of your neck when you're deep in the wilderness? That feeling like you're not really alone? Tonight, we venture into the beautiful, yet unforgiving, landscapes of California. For one hiker, a dream camping trip turned into a desperate fight for survival. What they encountered out there wasn't just wildlife, it was something else, something deadly. Prepare yourself. This is the true story of a California camping and hiking trip that became a deadly mistake. My name is Ryan. Most people who know me would probably describe me as restless, maybe a little impulsive. I've always had this itch, this deep-seated need to push boundaries, to see what's over the next ridge, or just around the bend. It's led me on some incredible adventures, backpacking through Southeast Asia, exploring remote corners of national parks, chasing adrenaline wherever I could find it. But it's also landed me in situations that, looking back, were monumentally stupid. This was the stupidest, the deadliest. The outdoors has always been my sanctuary, the place where the noise of the world fades and I feel most alive. Mountains, in particular, hold a special kind of magic for me. There's something about the scale, the ancient silence, the raw, untamed beauty that just pulls me in. California, with its staggering variety of landscapes, became my playground. From the scorching deserts to the rugged coastline, I thought I'd seen a good chunk of what it had to offer. Mount Tamalpais, thought Tam had always been on my list. Rising majestically just north of San Francisco, it promised not only challenging trails and stunning redwood groves, but also that view the legendary panorama of the Bay Area, the Golden Gate Bridge, and the city itself, sprawling below, especially magical at night. The idea lodged itself in my brain: a solo camping trip to Tamalpais State Park, culminating in a night hike to find the perfect vantage point for those city lights. It felt like the perfect blend of challenge and reward. Solo trips amplified everything. The quiet was quieter, the challenges felt more significant, the triumphs sweeter. Or so I told myself. Maybe I just didn't want anyone else slowing me down or questioning my sometimes dubious decisions. I picked a long weekend, packed my gear meticulously: tent, sleeping bag, stove, water filter, layers of clothing, headlamp, backup batteries, compass, map. Though I mostly relied on my phone's GPS, a habit I'd soon regret. I felt prepared, confident. I drove up from LA, the city sprawl gradually giving way to rolling hills, and then the dramatic coastal landscape of Marin County. Setting up camp at the Pantole campground felt routine. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. It was peaceful, idyllic almost. I spent the afternoon doing a short loop hike, familiarizing myself with the immediate trails, marveling at the size of the redwoods, feeling that familiar sense of calm settle over me. Other campers were around, families, couples, fellow hikers, a reassuring sign of normalcy. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, my excitement for the night hike grew. My plan was simply follow the Matt Davis Trail towards the Bootjack campground area, then maybe cut onto a higher trail, seeking an open overlook facing south towards the city. I knew night hiking had inherent risks: uneven terrain, disorientation, wildlife. But I'd done it before. I had my headlamp, my phone was fully charged, and the main trails were well marked. What could go wrong? I scoffed inwardly at the overly cautious warnings you always hear. Animals. Most creatures want nothing to do with getting lost. Please, I had GPS and a map. The real risk, I thought, was missing out on that spectacular view. I ate a quick dehydrated meal, downed some water, and double-checked my day pack: extra layers, water bottle, energy bars, first aid kit, knife, headlamp plus the spare, phone, external battery pack. Around 8 p.m., with the last vestiges of twilight fading, I switched on my headlamp, its beam cutting a sharp cone of light into the encroaching darkness, and set off from Pantole. The forest transformed at night. The familiar daytime sounds, bird song, chattering squirrels, the distant murmur of other hikers, were replaced by a deeper quiet, punctuated by the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth, the occasional snap of a twig the hood of an owl somewhere far off. My own footsteps on the packed earth sounded unnervingly loud. The beam of my headlamp seemed to shrink the world down to just the illuminated patch of trail ahead, the surrounding trees reduced to dark, looming shapes just beyond the light's reach. It was exhilarating at first. The cool night air, the solitude, the stars beginning to prick through the canopy overhead where the trees opened up. I felt a sense of purpose, moving steadily uphill. The trail was steeper than I remembered from my afternoon stroll, roots and rocks posing minor obstacles in the limited light. I focused on my breathing, finding a rhythm. After about an hour, I started to feel watched. It's a glitch, I know. Every scary story starts with that feeling. But it was undeniable. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The feeling that my movements were being tracked from the dense darkness flanking the trail. I stopped, sweeping my headlamp beam slowly through the trees. Nothing, just trunks, ferns, shadows that danced and distorted in the moving light. Just the woods playing tricks. I muttered, my voice sounding small. Probably a deer or a raccoon. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. The silence seemed heavier now, less peaceful and more expectant. I checked my phone. GPS signal was spotty under the trees, but the trail seemed clear enough on the downloaded map. I estimated I was getting closer to the elevation I wanted. The air grew colder, and a light breeze whispered through the higher branches. I carried the scent of pine and sea salt. I pulled on another layer. Another half hour passed. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a vague prickle anymore. It felt targeted, intelligent. I stopped more frequently, listening intently, scanning the woods. Once, I thought I heard a soft click, like a pebble being dislodged, somewhere off to my right, uphill from the trail. Again, my headlamp revealed nothing. My heart rate was definitely up, and not just from the exertion. Finally, the trees began to thin slightly, and I saw a rocky outcrop ahead, slightly off the main path. This looked promising. Scrambling up the short incline, I emerged onto a relatively flat, exposed area. And there it was. Not perfect, partially obscured by trees on the lower slopes, but undeniably San Francisco. A vast carpet of glittering lights spread across the peninsula, the faint orange glow of the Golden Gate Bridge visible to the west. The dark expanse of the bay reflecting the distant city shimmer. It was breathtaking, even partially hidden. All the effort, the creepy feelings on the trail suddenly felt worth it. I stood there for a few minutes, just drinking it in, the wind whipping slightly stronger here. I took out my phone to snap a picture, cursing the inevitable blurriness of a nighttime phone shot. As I lowered the phone, ready to just enjoy the moment, my gaze drifted downwards, scanning the forested slopes between me and the distant city lights. The moon, nearly full, had risen higher, casting silvery light over the landscape, creating sharp contrast between light and shadow. That's when I saw them. Downslope, maybe 100 yards below my position, moving through a sparser patch of trees silhouetted perfectly against a moonlit clearing. Figures, not deer, not bears, not people. They were tall, impossibly tall, their limbs thick, thin, elongated in ways that defied normal anatomy. Their heads seemed small in proportion to their towering height. They moved with a jerky, yet utterly silent, grace not walking, but gliding almost, their long legs covering ground with unnatural speed. There were 3 of them, dark silhouettes against the brighter background, their forms distinct and utterly wrong. They didn't carry lights. They made no sound that reached me over the wind, and they moved with a purpose that felt chillingly alien. They weren't animal. They weren't human. My blood ran cold, a primal terror seizing me, rooting me to the spot. All I could do was stare, my breath hitched in my throat, as the tall, thin figures slipped silently between the moon-drenched trees below. They hadn't seen me. Yet, time stretched and warped as I stared, paralyzed, from the rocky outcrop. Seconds felt like minutes, each heartbeat a thunderclap in my ears against the eerie silence emanating from the figures below. My mind, usually quick to rationalize, was short-circuiting. What were they? The moonlight wasn't playing tricks. It illuminated them starkly against the darker woods. Silhouettes, yes, but detailed enough to show impossibly long, spindly limbs connected to narrow torsos. Their movements were fluid yet disjointed, like marionettes controlled by an unseen hand, yet possessing a terrifying deliberateness. They flowed over the uneven ground without faltering, their silence absolute. No crunch of leaves, no snap of twigs, not even the whisper of displaced air. It was fundamentally, bone-chillingly wrong. My brain desperately scrabbled for explanations. People on stilts. The idea was ludicrous. Who would be out here, in the middle of the night, on stilts, moving like that? And why? Some kind of art project. A prank. No, the sheer aligness of their proportions, the unnatural grace of their silent movement, it screamed not human. Were they shadows distorted by the moonlight and my own fear? I tried to force my eyes to see them as tricks of the light, but the image held firm. 3 distinct figures, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, moving with silent purpose through the woods below. Then one of them stopped. It didn't turn its head. The smallish blob atop its long neck didn't seem to articulate in a familiar way, but its entire upper body seemed talk-orient, not directly towards me, but slightly upwards, as if suddenly aware of a change in its environment, a subtle shift in the wind, a vibration through the earth. Or had it somehow sensed my presence, my fear radiating out into the night? My breath caught, lodging painfully in my chest. A wave of nausea washed over me, cold sweat prickling my forehead despite the cool night air. That was enough. The paralysis broke, shattered by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. Instinct took over. I dropped, scrambling backwards off the exposed rock, scraping my hands on the rough surface, landing clumsily in the dirt and low brush at the edge of the trail. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my ribcage. I didn't dare look back immediately. I pressed myself flat against the ground, hidden, I hoped, by the lip of the outcrop and the surrounding vegetation. I strained my ears, listening over the frantic pounding in my chest. Nothing. Just the wind sighing through the higher branches, a sound that now seemed menacing rather than soothing, after what felt like an eternity. But was probably only 30 seconds, I risked a peek. Raising my head just enough to peer over the edge of the rock, I scanned the moonlit slope below. They were still there. The one that had paused seemed to have resumed its silent glide, but now all 3 seemed slower, more watchful. They hadn't moved far, slowly traversing the clearing, their stick-like forms weaving between the trees. Were they searching? Communicating? There was no discernible interaction between them, no gestures, no sounds, just this shared, unnerving stillness within their slow movement. Their heads, small and indistinct in the distance, occasionally tilted, scanning the darkness. It was impossible to tell if they were looking for me specifically, or just generally surveying their domain. The thought sent another jolt of fear through me. I had to get out of there, now. The beautiful city lights were forgotten, irrelevant artifacts of a world I suddenly felt terrifyingly disconnected from. Survival was the only thought. Back down the trail, back to the campground, back to the flimsy illusion of safety offered by my tent and the proximity of other sleeping humans. Quietly. I had to move quietly. Slowly, painfully slowly, I pushed myself backwards, away from the outcrop, belly crawling for the first few yards until I felt reasonably obscured by the trailside bushes. Then, I rose into a low crouch and began to move back down the path I descended. My headlamp beam was angled sharply downwards, illuminating only the few feet of treacherous ground directly in front of me. I didn't want that beam sweeping upwards, potentially catching their attention. Every step was deliberate, agonizingly careful. I tested the ground before putting my full weight down, trying to avoid loose rocks or dry leaves that would betray my presence. The forest seemed to conspire against me. Roots snagged at my boots, low-hanging branches whipped at my face, and the silence I'd craved earlier now felt suffocating, amplifying every tiny sound I made. A dislodged pebble skittered away into the darkness. I froze, listening, heart hammering. Silence. A dry twig snapped underfoot, another agonizing pause, straining my ears for any reaction from upslope. Nothing but the wind. But the feeling of being watched hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had intensified, grown claws. It felt like unseen eyes were tracking my clumsy, terrified retreat from the deeper shadows just off the trail. Was I imagining it? Was raw panic making me paranoid? Maybe. But then I heard it. A faint scrape, like rock on rock, or maybe hard chitinous material dragging slightly. It came from somewhere off to my left, deeper in the woods, seemingly moving parallel to the trail. I stopped dead again, switching off my headlamp entirely, plunging myself into near, total darkness relieved only by the patchy moonlight filtering through the canopy. I held my breath, listening. Silence again. Had I imagined it? Or had it stopped because I stopped? My breath was coming in ragged, by shallow gasps. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, trying to regain some semblance of control. I switched the headlamp back on, keeping the beam low. I had to keep moving. Staying still felt just as dangerous. I picked up the pace slightly, risking a bit more noise for the sake of speed. The trail descended steeply here, and I half walked, half slid down sections, grabbing onto tree trunks for balance. Then, disaster. My foot caught on a hidden root, sending me sprawling forward. I threw my hands out, breaking my fall but sending my water bottle clattering away down the path. My headlamp flew off my head, its beam momentarily spinning wildly before landing a few feet away, pointing back up the trail towards me. I lay there stunned for a second, the fall knocking the wind out of me. The noise, the clatter of the bottle, my own grunt of pain seemed deafening. Panic surged, absolute and overwhelming. I scrambled towards the headlamp, grabbing it clumsily. As my fingers closed around it, its beam illuminated something just past me, further down the trail, where the path curved into deeper shadow. A flicker of movement. A tall, impossibly thin shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness of the trees, its form momentarily distinct before it seemed to dissolve back into the blackness. It hadn't been there a second ago. Had it been drawn by the noise? Was it cutting me off? There was no more caution. No more slow, quiet descent. I lurched to my feet, ignoring the stinging pain in my hands and knee, and ran. I bolted down the trail, stumbling, catching myself, driven by pure animal terror. The headlamp beam bounced wildly, offering fragmented, terrifying glimpses of the path ahead and the dark woods rushing past. I didn't care about noise anymore. The scraping sound seemed closer now, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, a horrifying accompaniment to my own ragged breathing and pounding footsteps. Were they flanking me? Toying with me? I risked a glance over my shoulder. Nothing. Just the dark, receding trail. But the feeling was still there, a physical pressure on my back urging me onward. Faster. The trees were becoming denser again, more familiar, suggesting I was nearing the lower elevations, perhaps closer to the Bootjack Trail Junction or even Panthole. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within the terror. Almost there. Maybe I could make it. Summoning my last reserves of courage, I risked another, longer look back up the slope I'd just careened down. The trail behind me was empty, disappearing into darkness. But higher up, much higher, near where the rocky outcrop must have been, the moonlight caught something, a single, impossibly tall, penciled in silhouette, standing motionless against the skyline, looking down in my direction. It hadn't been there before. It knew. It was watching me run. I wasn't imagining it, and I was still a long way from safety. There was no thought left in my head, only the raw, primal command RUN. Down will I plunged, reckless, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the stitch in my side. The bouncing beam of my headlamp painted frantic, distorted shapes on the trees rushing past monstrous faces, grasping claws, towering figures in every shadow. My legs pumped like pistons, fueled by sheer adrenaline, carrying me over roots and rocks I barely saw. The scraping sound, that horrific chitinous drag, seemed to keep pace, a phantom presence flitting through the dense undergrowth just beyond my light's reach, sometimes falling silent, only to return moments later, closer than before. Was it one of them? Or all three, coordinating, hurting me? My mind flashed back to the silhouette I'd seen on the ridge, tall, thin, motionless, watching. Observing my terror. Were they hunting, or was this something else? A warning. A territorial display. The ambiguity was almost worse than outright aggression. It suggested an intelligence, an alien motivation I couldn't begin to comprehend. All I knew was that I was prey, insignificant and exposed in their ancient domain. Tears streamed down my face, born of terror and exhaustion, blurring my vision. I sobbed raggedly, the sound ripped from my throat involuntarily. Then, through the cacophony of my own panic and the phantom sounds in the woods, a new sound emerged. Faint, muffled, but distinctly man-made. Traffic. The low hum of cars on the panoramic highway, which skirted the edge of the park near Pantol. And with it, a visual cue, a familiar trail marker, nailed to a massive redwood just ahead. I recognized it from my afternoon hike. I was close. Pantol Campground was just beyond the next rise, through one last thicket of trees. Hope surged, fierce and desperate, giving my failing legs one last burst of speed. But the forest seemed reluctant to let me go. The feeling of being watched intensified, pressing in from all sides. The scraping sound grew louder, closer, directly behind me now. I didn't dare look back. It felt like if I did, if I acknowledged it, it would finally close the distance. I could almost feel its cold presence, the unnatural length of it just feet away. I burst through the final line of trees like a startled deer, stumbling out of the oppressive darkness and onto the edge of the campground loop road. The relative openness felt vast, exposed. A few embers glowed orange in deserted fire pits. Tents stood like silent, sleeping beasts under the moonlight. The air still hummed with the unseen energy of the woods I'd just escaped. But layered over it now was the mundane reality of the campground. The distant highway noise, the smell of old campfires, the almost silence of sleeping humanity. My tent was only 50 yards away. I sprinted across the dew-laden grass, fumbling frantically with the zipper as I reached it. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the quiet campground. I scrambled inside, yanking the zipper closed with trembling fingers, collapsing onto my sleeping bag, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. I lay there in the dark confines of the tent, huddled, listening. The thin nylon walls felt laughably inadequate, a pathetic shield against the things I'd seen. Every rustle of leaves outside, every distant twig snap, every hood of an owl sent waves of panic through me. Was that scraping sound still out there, just beyond the tent wall? Was a tall, thin figure standing silently beside my temporary shelter, its small head tilted, listening to my ragged breaths. I strained my ears, focusing intently, expecting to hear something, anything, that confirmed their presence nearby. But there was nothing. Only the normal, innocuous sounds of the forest at night, sounds that had seemed peaceful just hours before but now felt loaded with hidden menace. Sleep was impossible. I remained wide awake, curled tightly in my sleeping bag, knife clutched in my hand, jumping at every shadow that flickered on the tent fabric from the moon passing through the trees. The minutes crawled by with agonizing slowness. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the absolute darkness began to soften. The blackness outside turned to deep gray, then a lighter gray. Birdsong started, tentative at first, then building into the familiar dawn chorus. Light began filtering through the tent walls. Morning. Relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak. The horrors of the night seemed slightly less immediate in the growing light, like a nightmare receding upon waking. But the fear hadn't vanished. It had simply burrowed deeper, settling into my bones. As soon as it was plausibly light enough not to seem completely insane, I began packing, my movements jerky and uncoordinated, hands still shaking. I stuffed my sleeping bag haphazardly into its sack, collapsed the tent without bothering to fold it properly, jammed everything into my backpack. Other campers were beginning to stir, the smell of coffee drifting on the air, muffled voices wishing each other good morning. I avoided eye contact, keeping my head down, feeling exposed and vulnerable, convinced my terror was somehow visible. How could I explain who'd believe me? I felt marked, tainted by what I'd seen. Backpack slung over my shoulder, I practically ran to my car. I didn't look back towards the trailhead leading into the deeper woods, now deceptively serene in the gentle morning light. I threw my gear onto the passenger seat and jammed the key into the ignition, engine roaring to life, shattering the campground peace. I didn't care. I needed to leave. Driving down the winding mountain road, away from Tamalpais, felt like escaping a physical weight. With every mile, the tightness in my chest eased slightly, but the images were seared into my brain the impossibly tall. Then figures gliding silently through the moonlit trees, the silhouette watching me from the ridge. The memory wasn't fading, it was cementing itself, becoming a permanent fixture in my mind. I never went back to Mount Tamalpais. I haven't done much hiking since then, especially not alone, and certainly never at night. The joy I once found in the solitude of the wilderness is gone, replaced by a gnawing anxiety, a constant awareness of the vast, unseen spaces between the trees and the possibility of what might lurk there. I've read official reports discerning strange sightings in places like this, hikers getting disoriented, tricks of the light, misidentified animals. I know what I saw. It wasn't a deer or a shadow or my imagination. It was something else. Something ancient, something that doesn't belong to our world, watching from the edges. That camping trip in California wasn't just a mistake because it terrified me. It was deadly because it killed the careless confidence I had, the naive belief that the world was understandable, that the dark woods held only natural dangers. Now I know better. There are things out there, in the quiet places, under the moon that defy explanation, and they watch. My name is Ryan, and I learned the hard way sometimes the path less traveled should stay that way. Sometimes, the lights you hope to see are nothing compared to the darkness you find instead. My name is Leo, it was Leo. I'm not entirely sure who or what I am anymore, huddled here in the oppressive dark, listening to the soft scrape of stone on stone somewhere out there in the trees. But I was Leo, just a regular guy from the city, trying to escape the relentless grind for a few days. I figured a solo camping trip, deep in the majestic wilderness of Kings Canyon National Park, was just what I needed. Fresh air, stunning views, a chance to reconnect with nature and disconnect from the incessant digital noise. God, what a fool I was. California has some beautiful wilderness, vast and awe-inspiring, but it holds secrets too. Ancient and hungry things that the glossy brochures and chirpy park ranger warnings never prepare you for. They tell you about bears and mountain lions, about packing enough water and staying on the marked trails. They don't tell you about the places where the trails deliberately lead you away, where the silence isn't peaceful, but watchful. I'd always considered myself reasonably experienced outdoors. I wasn't some Bear Grylls wannabe, but I'd done my share of hiking, camped plenty of times, knew how to read a map and compass, packed the essentials. I felt confident, maybe a little too confident, stepping onto the trailhead that first morning. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. The California sun filtering through the towering canopy of sequoias and pines, dappling the path in gold. It was breathtaking. For the first few hours, everything was perfect, exactly the escape I'd craved. The sheer scale of the place was humbling, giant trees that seemed to scrape the sky, granite cliffs carved by ancient glaciers, the distant murmur of unseen rivers. I hiked deeper, leaving the more casual day trippers behind, pushing towards a specific viewpoint marked on my map, promising panoramic vistas. The trail was well maintained initially, but as I gained elevation and distance, it grew fainter, less distinct. Branches clawed at my backpack, roots tripped my unwary feet, and the comforting sounds of other hikers faded into an unnerving silence. It wasn't just quiet, it felt held, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I checked my map frequently, orienting myself with the landmarks, a particular rock formation here, a sharp bend in the Tula, now distant river there. But the landscape started to feel repetitive. The same types of trees, the same lichen-covered boulders, the same dense undergrowth seemed to repeat in an unsettling loop. A flicker of doubt, small but persistent, started in my gut. Was that the distinctive snaggle, toothed peak I was using as a reference, or just another jagged ridge that looked similar? The sun, previously a reliable guide, was starting its descent. painting the western sky in hues of orange and bruised purple, but also casting long, disorienting shadows that warped the familiar shapes of the terrain. I pushed the doubt down. Fatigue, I told myself. Just keep putting one foot in front of the other. I consulted the map again, trying to reconcile it with the compass reading and the terrain ahead. It felt wrong. The contour lines didn't quite match the steepness of the slope I was currently scrambling up. The stream marked clearly on the paper was nowhere to be seen or heard. Panic began to snake its cold tendrils around my chest. I stopped, took a deep breath, forced myself to be logical, retraced my steps. That was the rule. Find the last point where I was absolutely certain of my location. Easier said than done. The trail I thought I'd been following seemed to have vanished behind me, swallowed by the encroaching undergrowth and the deepening twilight. Every direction looked the same, an impenetrable wall of trees and deepening gloom. I shouted, smallest noises, hoping another hiker might be nearby, my voice sounding thin and pathetic, absorbed instantly by the vast indifference of the wilderness. They're even the smallest noises. Only the rustle of unseen creatures in the leaf litter answered, sounds that now seemed less like wildlife and more like stealthy movements tracking my pathetic progress. The temperature was dropping rapidly, the crisp mountain air biting at my exposed skin. I hadn't planned for an overnight stay away from my designated campsite, which was now, I feared, hopelessly far away. My day pack contained water, some energy bars, a first aid kit, a headlamp, and my map and compass essentials, yes, but scant comfort against the prospect of a night lost in the Sierra Nevada. Fear, cold and sharp, began to replace the earlier unease. Real, primal fear. The kind that tightens your throat and makes your heart hammer against your ribs like a trapped bird. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a watching figure just beyond the periphery of my vision. I fumbled for my headlamp, switching it on. Its beam cut a weak tunnel through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the immediate tangle of branches and rocks, but making the surrounding blackness seem even deeper, more absolute. The giant trees, so majestic in the daylight, now felt like colossal, silent judges, their dark forms looming over me. I was small, insignificant, and utterly, terrifyingly alone. Or at least I hoped I was alone. A growing, irrational part of my brain whispered that I wasn't. That something ancient and patient had been waiting in these woods, and my arrogant little hike had led me right into its domain. I stumbled onward, driven by a desperate need to find any kind of shelter, any break in the relentless trees. My legs ached, scratched and bleeding from thorns and sharp rocks I hadn't seen in the gloom. Thirst clawed at my throat despite the water I sipped sparingly. Hope was a dwindling ember. Just as I was about to resign myself to a miserable, potentially fatal night huddled under a tree, I noticed something odd. Ahead, through a particularly dense section of pines, the darkness seemed less absolute. Not lighter, exactly, but different. Thinner, and the feeling of being watched intensified tenfold, emanating strongly from that direction. There was an unnatural stillness, too. The usual nighttime chirps and rustles of the forest seemed muted here, hesitant, against every instinct screaming at me to turn back, though back to where? I pushed through the final screen of branches, driven by a morbid curiosity and the desperate hope of finding something, anything, other than endless, menacing trees. The air grew colder still, carrying a faint, earthy smell, like freshly turned soil and damp stone. What I saw next stopped my breath, freezing the blood in my veins far more effectively than the mountain air ever could. I had found a clearing, but it wasn't empty. Pushing through that final curtain of sharp pine needles and grasping branches, I stumbled out into the clearing, and the world went utterly silent. It wasn't the muted quiet of before. This was a profound, vacuum-like absence of sound. My own ragged breathing seemed obscenely loud, an intrusion on a place that demanded absolute stillness. The clearing wasn't large, perhaps 50 yards across, roughly circular, and unnervingly flat, as if deliberately leveled. No trees grew within its bounds, only sparse, even the smallest noises, pale grass clinging stubbornly to the packed earth. The dense, black wall of the forest ringed it completely, forming a stark, lightless perimeter against the last vestiges of the bruised twilight sky. The air here was significantly colder, stagnant and heavy, carrying that strange, cloying scent of damp stone and something else up, something vaguely organic, like decay, but colder, more mineral. My headlamp beam sliced through the gloom, sweeping across the clearing, and that's when I saw them. My heart didn't just hammer, it seized a painful, stuttering fist in my chest. The clearing was filled with cairns. Not the simple, rough piles of stikers sometimes make to mark a trail or a summit. These weren't different. Horrifyingly different. There were hundreds of them, maybe more, arranged in neat, concentric circles radiating out from the center of the clearing. Each one was meticulously constructed, not just stacked, but shaped. They were low to the ground, elongated forms built from smooth, dark, river-washed stones, carefully selected and placed to resemble small, huddled figures lying curled on their sides, as if sleeping. Some were barely a foot long, others closer to 3 or 4. They leave in this noise as they look like stony effigies of slumbering children, or perhaps fetal forms, nestled into shallow depressions in the earth. The precision was unnerving. The spacing between them was deliberate. The curves of their small, stony bodies rendered with an artistry that spoke of immense time and obsessive care. Who would do this? Why? Deep in the wilderness, miles from any known trail. It made no sense. It felt like a graveyard, but colder, more alien. A shrine to some forgotten, lithic slumber. My initial confusion quickly curdled into a thick, nauseating dread. I took a hesitant step forward, the crunch of my boots on the sparse grass echoing like gunshots in the profound silence. My headlamp beam crawled over the nearest figures. The stones were smooth, dark gray or black, fitting together seamlessly. Some had larger, slightly rounded stones positioned where a head might be, tucked down towards where stony knees seemed to be drawn up. The impression of sleep was uncanny, disturbingly peaceful, yet radiating a palpable sense of ancient menace. It felt profoundly wrong. This wasn't natural, and it certainly wasn't human in any way I understood. It felt like trespassing on something sacred and deeply forbidden. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering over the nearest stony figure. The cold emanating from it was intense, far colder than the surrounding air. Hesitantly, I touched it. The stone was smooth, almost slick, like polished bone, and felt strangely dense, heavier than it looked. I snatched my hand back as if burned. There was a bizarre texture beneath the smoothness, an almost imperceptible grain that felt wrong. Not like stone, more like petrified something else. I couldn't shake the feeling that these weren't just representations of sleeping figures. The silence pressed in, broken only by the frantic pounding in my ears. I swept the headlamp beam around the clearing again, trying to grasp the scale of it. Hundreds of sleeping stone shapes, watching me with their eyeless, earthen sockets. The circles were perfectly formed, the arrangement too precise to be accidental. It was a pattern, a ritual site, something built with purpose. But what purpose? The last sliver of ambient light bled from the sky, leaving only the weak pool of my headlamp beam against an ocean of absolute blackness. The stars overhead, usually a comforting canopy in the wilderness, seemed distant, cold, and uncaring, pinpricks in a suffocating velvet shroud. My isolation felt complete, absolute. Trapped in this bizarre, stony necropolis, encircled by the light-devouring forest. The shapes of the cairns seemed to shift and writhe just outside the main focus of my beam. Shadows stretched and pooled around them, making them look longer, deeper, their stony curves suggesting hidden limbs and unseen faces. Was it my imagination, my fatigue and fear playing tricks? Or was the darkness itself giving them a semblance of life? Paranoia tightened its icy grip. I kept spinning around, flashing my light back towards the forest edge, convinced something was about to emerge from the trees. But the greater fear emanated from the silent, stony figures surrounding me. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were aware of me, that their stony slumber was not absolute. I started walking the perimeter of the clearing, my boots crunching too loudly, my breath misting in the frigid air. I kept glancing back at the cairns, trying to fix their positions in my mind. Had that one, near the center, been turned slightly more towards me a moment ago? Was the gap between those two smaller figures wider than before? My rational mind screamed that it was impossible, that exhaustion and terror were conjuring illusions. Stones don't move, cairns don't shift, but the feeling persisted, a cold certainty growing in the pit of my stomach. This place operated under different rules. I needed to get out. Flee back into the woods, anywhere but here. But the thought of plunging back into that blind, black wilderness, potentially walking in circles or stumbling off a hidden precipice, was almost as terrifying as staying. Here, at least, I could see the horror. Out there, it was unseen, unknown. I was paralyzed, caught between the silent dread of the clearing and the lurking menace of the forest. My headlamp flickered, the beam dimming momentarily. Panic flared anew. I smacked the side of it, and thankfully, the light steadied, though it seemed weaker than before. How long would the batteries last? I forced myself to stop pacing, to try and conserve energy, conserve the light. I stood near the edge of the clearing, my back almost touching the nearest trees, trying to keep the entire field of cairns within my field of vision. My eyes scanned the ranks of sleeping figures, desperately seeking what? Reassurance, evidence that they were just stones. My gaze locked onto one particular cairn near the middle of the second circle. It was slightly larger than its neighbors, the curve of its stony back more pronounced. The headstone smoother, rounder. It seemed, even its stony repose, to possess a certain presence. I stared at it, unable to look away, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The silence stretched, taut and expectant. And then I saw it. It wasn't dramatic, not a sudden leap or a terrifying transformation. It was small, subtle, and 1,000 times more horrifying for it. A flicker right at the edge of the headlamp's beam. I held my breath, straining my eyes. Did a leaf fall? Did an insect crawl across it? No. There it was again. A slight, definite shift. The topmost stones forming the curve of the figure's spine seemed to adjust. Settle. Like a sleeper shifting position, trying to find a more comfortable posture. A tiny scrape, almost inaudible. Stone against stone, reached my ears. My breath hitched. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. It couldn't be. Couldn't be. My mind scrambled for explanations, a micro-tremor in the earth. Settling stones, a trick of the flickering light. My own sanity finally snapping under the strain. But deep down, in the primal core of my being, I knew what I had seen. It wasn't an illusion. In the heart of Kings Canyon, trapped in a clearing filled with hundreds of meticulously arranged stone figures under the cold, uncaring stars, I had just seen one of them move. And the terrible, unspoken question screamed in my mind if one could twitch, were the others merely sleeping? Or were they starting to wake up? That tiny scraping sound, the slight shift of stone against stone, shattered the last remnants of my composure. It was the sound of impossibility made real, the sound of the natural world twisting into something nightmarish. For a frozen second, I just stared at the cairn that had moved, my headlamp beam fixed on it, my mind screaming denial, even as my gut churned with absolute terror. It was perfectly still now, just another configuration of smooth, dark stones huddled amongst its brethren. Had I imagined it, had the flickering light, the exhaustion, the sheer dread finally cracked my sanity, but the sound I heard it, and the unnatural stillness of the figure now felt less like inanimate stone and more like cunning patience. Like it knew I'd seen it and had frozen, waiting. Then, from the corner of my eye, another flicker. Further into the circles of stone figures, a shadow seemed to deepen unnaturally, detach itself momentarily from a low, curled shape before merging back into the gloom. My head snapped towards it, the beam cutting wildly across the clearing. Nothing, just rows upon rows of silent, sleeping effigies. But the impression lingered, poisonous and terrifying. Was it just one that had twitched? Or was the whole field subtly stirring, a slow, geological awakening? I started hearing things, or imagining I heard things. Faint whispers on the edge of hearing, like sand trickling over rock. A soft shove from the far side of the clearing. The air vibrated with a low thrumming, a sub-audible frequency that resonated deep in my bones, humming with ancient, dormant power rousing itself. The silence was gone, replaced by this charged expectancy, this feeling of hundreds of stony eyes potentially opening in the darkness. Staying was no longer an option. The fear of the dark, unknown forests suddenly seemed infinitely preferable to the known, waking horror within the clearing. Survival instinct, raw and potent, finally clawed its way through the paralysis. Run. The command screamed in my mind, overriding every other thought. I turned, I bear even the smallest noises. Plunging blindly towards the black wall of trees I'd emerged from, or what I thought was the direction I'd come from. The branches tore at my clothes and skin as I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the pain. Behind me, from the clearing, did I hear another sound. A louder scrape, perhaps. A dragging noise. I didn't dare look back. The forest was absolute blackness. My headlamp, used sparingly now in desperate, quick flashes to avoid immediate obstacles, noises, revealed only a chaotic tangle of roots, low-hanging branches, and uneven ground. I stumbled constantly, falling hard onto the unforgiving earth, scrambling back up with adrenaline-fueled desperation. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like pursuit. My panicked mind filled the darkness with unseen terrors. Was that the wind sighing through the pines, or the collective whisper of the stone figures? Was that rhythmic thudding just my own heart pounding, or the heavy, deliberate tread of something stony and relentless gaining on me? I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, forcing myself onward through sheer terror. The terrain was treacherous, sloping steeply downwards in places, forcing me to slide and scramble, losing my footing, tearing my hands on sharp rocks. Once, I risked a longer look with the headlamp, sweeping it behind me. Nothing. Just impenetrable darkness and the indifferent trunks of colossal trees. But the feeling of being followed, of being hunted by something slow, patient, and inevitable, clung to me like the cold, damp air. Time lost all meaning. Hours could have passed, or mere minutes. The woods seemed to warp and shift around me. Trees loomed like distorted figures in the intermittent flashes of my light. The patterns of lichen on boulders seemed to form curled, sleeping shapes. The very texture of the ground felt wrong, sometimes too soft, sometimes unnervingly hard and smooth, like the stones back in the clearing. Was I even escaping? Or was I running in circles, led astray by a malevolent intelligence permeating these woods? Was the clearing itself expanding, the boundary between it and the forest blurring? At one point, exhausted and gasping for breath, I collapsed at the base of a massive sequoia, switching off my headlamp entirely, hoping the darkness would hide me. I pressed myself against the rough bark, straining my ears. The normal night sounds of the forest seemed absent here too. Only the wind, and beneath it, faint but persistent, the sound that had driven me from the clearing, a soft, intermittent scrape, drag, scrape. It wasn't close, not yet, but it was there. A confirmation that I hadn't imagined it, and that whatever those things were, they were not confined to their stony graveyard. My mind fractured. Images flooded my vision, the hundreds of sleeping figures, the subtle twitch, the feeling of ancient eyes watching. I understood then the deadly mistake with just getting lost wasn't just camping alone. The mistake was finding the clearing, seeing what shouldn't be seen, knowing that such things existed, slumbering beneath the thin veneer of the natural world. Now that I knew, could I ever truly escape? Or had awareness itself marked me? I don't know how long I huddled there, shivering uncontrollably, less from cold and more from abject terror. Eventually, the scraping sound seemed to fade, or perhaps I simply grew numb to it. Driven by a desperate, the smallest noises, flickering ember of hope for sunrise, I forced myself to my feet and stumbled onward, navigating by touch and guesswork. I don't know when, or how I eventually emerged from the densest part of the woods, finding a faint game trail that seemed to lead somewhere less oppressive. I followed it numbly, mechanically putting one in front of the other, until the first gray hints of dawn began to filter through the trees. I eventually found a marked trail, and hours later, flagged down other hikers who looked at my ragged appearance, torn clothes, wild eyes, incoherent babbling about moving stones, with alarm and pity. They helped me back towards civilization, towards park rangers who attributed my story to dehydration, exhaustion, and panic. Hypothermia, maybe. Hallucinations. They searched, of course. Found my intended campsite. Noted I'd gone off trail. But they never found a clearing filled with hundreds of stone figures. Not where I said it was. Anyway, they told me gently that the mind plays tricks under dress in the wilderness. They think I'm safe now. Back in the city, surrounded by concrete and noise. But I know better. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear it, faintly, drifting on the edge of silence. The sound of stones scraping slowly, deliberately, against stone, getting closer. Maybe. Or maybe it's just in my head now, an echo of the deadly mistake I made on that camping trip. But sometimes I look at the pebbles in the park, the stones and building foundations, the gargoyles perched high above the streets, and I wonder what sleeps beneath the surface, what waits patiently to be woken. My name was Leo. Now, I'm just the guy who knows what's really out there in the quiet places, curled up waiting. And I know, with chilling certainty, they haven't forgotten me. The scraping sound is proof of that. My name is Hannah. If you're reading this, it means I managed to get back, or at least this account did. What it doesn't mean is that I'm okay. Not really. Not after Catalina. Most people picture Santa Catalina Island as a sunny, idyllic getaway just off the California coast, glamorous Avalon, rugged adventurers hiking the Trans-Catalina Trail, maybe buffalo roaming the hillsides. That's what we pictured too. Me, my boyfriend Liam, and our two closest friends, Clue and Ben. We were young, just out of college, flush with the intoxicating freedom of summer and eager for an adventure that felt just enough without requiring serious survival skills. Camping on Catalina seemed perfect. A ferry ride, designated campsites, stunning ocean views, but still island wilderness. We booked a spot at one of the more secluded boat and campsites, figuring the extra effort to get there would guarantee peace and quiet. Oh, we got the quiet part right mostly. It was what filled the silence that broke us. Couldn't be even the smallest noises. The ferry ride over from Long Beach was everything you'd expect. Salty spray misting our faces, gulls crying overhead. The sprawling mainland slowly shrinking behind us as the jagged silhouette of Catalina grew larger, more defined. It felt like escaping, leaving the concrete labyrinth for somewhere wilder, more elemental. Liam had his arm around me, Ben was cracking jokes, and Chloe was already snapping pictures, her enthusiasm infectious. We were buzzing with anticipation, pointing out dolphins leaping alongside the boat, marveling at the deep, impossible blue of the Pacific. Even the slightly rough chop as we neared the island felt exhilarating, a taste of the untamed. We disembarked in two harbors, a much smaller, rustic outpost compared to Avalon. From there, we'd arranged for a water taxi to take us further up the coast to our campsite, Parsons Landing. It was stunning. A crescent of pale sand nestled between steep, scrub-covered hills, facing directly out onto the vast, open ocean. There were only a handful of other sites, spread far apart, ensuring the privacy we craved. We hauled our gear tents, sleeping bags, coolers brimming with food and maybe a bit too much beer, backpacks loaded with essentials, up the beach to our designated spot. The sun beat down, warm and welcoming. Setting up camp was a familiar ritual, punctuated by laughter and shared effort. Tents popped up, sleeping bags were unrolled, and soon, our little temporary home was established against the backdrop of the immense Pacific. The sheer scale of it was humbling. The endless water stretching to the horizon, the rhythmic crash of waves on the shore, the cry of seabirds echoing off the cliffs. It felt ancient, powerful, indifferent. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in strokes of orange, pink, and deepening purple, we built a fire. The flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on our faces and the surrounding rocks. We cooked burgers, drank beers, told stories, the easy camaraderie of old friends filling the twilight air. The stars emerged, slowly at first, then bursting forth in their millions as true darkness fell, unobscured by city lights. It was breathtaking, a canopy of diamonds scattered across black velvet. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the relentless whisper of the waves, and our own voices. It was perfect. Exactly the escape we dreamed of. And then we heard it. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly, easily mistaken for the wind or the sight of the ocean. A low, drawn-out note drifting across the water. It wasn't loud, but it had a strange carrying quality, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first, we didn't consciously register it. Ben was mid-story, something about a disastrous college party, when he trailed off, frowning slightly. Did you guys hear that? We all fell silent, listening. The sound came again, clearer this time. It was singing, but not like any singing I'd ever heard. It had the cadence of old sea shanties, the kind sailors might have sung centuries ago. But it was horribly distorted, stretched and warped as if filtered through leagues of water and immense sorrow. It was deeply, profoundly mournful, laced with an undercurrent of something Elsec, something chillingly desolate. There were multiple voices, yet they blended into one eerie, wavering harmony that seemed to scrape against the inside of my skull. What the hell is that? Liam whispered, his eyes scanning the dark expanse of the ocean. There was nothing out there. No lights, no boats, just endless black water merging with the star-dusted sky. Maybe just some people on a boat further down the coast. Chlou suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. The sound didn't feel like it was coming from a specific direction. It felt like it was emanating from the darkness itself, from the deep water. Sounds weird. Ben muttered, pulling his jacket tighter around himself, despite the warmth of the fire. We listened intently for the next half hour. The singing wasn't constant. It would fade in, hang in the air like a ghostly lament, then slowly fade out again, only to return minutes later, perhaps slightly different in tone, but always possessing that same heart-wrenching, unnatural quality. It wasn't aggressive or threatening, not exactly. But it was deeply unsettling, its small as it spoke of loss, of endless waiting, of a loneliness so profound it felt alien. We tried to rationalize it, acoustic tricks, wind tunnels in the cliffs, even dolphins, though none of us really believed that. But none of the explanations felt right. The sound was too deliberate, too melodic in its own warped way. Eventually, lulled by the beer and the warmth of the fire, and perhaps wanting to dismiss the unease, we retreated to our tents, zipping them tight against the night and the strange, sorrowful music drifting from the sea. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time the singing returned, faint but persistent through the nylon walls, I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The next morning, under the bright, unforgiving California sun, the night's experience felt almost dreamlike, easily dismissed. We made breakfast, packed up day packs for a hike, determined to shake off the lingering weirdness. We decided to hike back 2 harbors to refill our water supplies and maybe grab a proper coffee. The trail wound along the coast, offering spectacular views, but the memory of the sound lingered at the edges of my mind. In the tiny general store at 2 harbors, stocking up on snacks, we got talking to the woman behind the counter, a weathered local with sun-creased eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. Making small talk, Liam casually mentioned the strange singing we'd heard the night before at Parsons Landing. The woman's friendly expression instantly vanished. Her eyes darted towards the harbor, then back at us, her face clouding over with something that looked disturbingly like fear. She leaned closer over the counter, lowering her voice. You heard it then. The singing. We nodded, taken aback by her reaction. Listen to me, she said, her voice low and urgent. That sound, we call it the siren's lament. Been heard off that stretch of coast for generations. Nobody knows what it is, not really. Old fishermen used to talk about it. Said it was the ghosts of sailors lost at sea, forever mourning. Others say something else. Something older. She paused, looking each of us in the eye. Whatever you do, never follow that sound. Don't go looking for it. Don't even listen too closely if you can help it. People get drawn in. They go out on the water looking for the source. They don't come back. Her seriousness was absolute chilling. There was no hint of tall tales or tourist traps in her voice. It was a genuine warning, steeped in local dread. Just be careful out there, she added, ringing up our supplies with hands that trembled slightly. Some things on this island are best left undisturbed. The hike back to Parsons Landing was quieter. The sun still shone, the views were still magnificent, but the woman's words hung heavy in the air. The siren's lament. The name itself sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, the vast, beautiful ocean felt less inviting, more menacing. The mournful song wasn't just weird anymore. It was a potential lure, a deadly trap hidden in a sorrowful melody. As the sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows across our campsite, a new kind of tension settled over our group. The fire was lit again, dinner was prepared, but the easy laughter of the previous night was gone, replaced by watchful silence and nervous glances towards the darkening sea. We knew night was coming, and we knew the singing would likely start again. This time, we weren't just curious, we were afraid. The fire crackled, a small bastion of warmth and light against the encroaching darkness, but it offered little comfort this time. We huddled closer together, shoulders tense, conversation sparse and forced. Every normal night sound, the screech of a distant gull, the rustle of dry grass in the faint breeze, the relentless rhythm of the waves made us jump. We were waiting, listening, and dreading what we knew was coming. It began just as the last sliver of orange vanished from the horizon, plunging the world into the deep indigo of twilight, fainter than the night before at first. A mere whisper on the edge of hearing, like a half-forgotten memory surfacing. Liam squeezed my hand, his knuckles white. Ben stared fixedly into the flames, his face pale. Chloe nervously chewed on her lower lip, her eyes wide and darting towards the black expanse of the ocean. Then the sound swelled. It was the same mournful, distorted shanty, yet somehow different. Closer, perhaps. Or maybe it was just our heightened awareness, fueled by the local woman's chilling warning. The sorrow in the voices felt deeper, more potent, a tangible thing that pressed in on us from the darkness. It wasn't just sad, it felt ancient, burdened by centuries of drownings, of lonely vigils on empty shores, of hopes lost to the crushing indifference of the sea. The melody, twisted in on itself, harmonies soaring into dissonance, before resolving back into that heart-wrenching lament. It felt personal this time, as if the unseen singers knew we were there, listening, afraid. Maybe it's just atmospheric conditions. Liam offered, his voice tight, trying to inject a note of rationality that none of us felt. Sound travels strangely over water, especially at night. Atmospheric conditions don't sound like they're weeping. Ben muttered, not looking up from the fire, and they don't have names like the siren's lament. We should pack up, Chulo whispered, her voice trembling. Right now. Hike back to Two Harbors in the dark. I don't care. I can't stay here and listen to this all night. Hike back now, Liam countered, shaking his head. On that coastal trail, in the pitch black. That's Suicide Clo. We can slip, fall off a cliff. We don't have proper lights for that kind of trek. We wait until morning. First light we pack, and we get the hell out of here. Wait. What if it gets closer? Ben argued, finally looking up, his eyes reflecting the firelight wide with fear. That woman warned us. She said people disappear. Drawn in. What if it draws one of us in before morning? An ugly tension coiled between us, the fear starting to fray the edges of our friendship. Liam was trying to be practical, protective, but the smallest noises felt thin against the palpable, unnatural dread emanating from the water. Ben's raw fear resonated with my own growing panic, while Chloe seemed ready to bolt regardless of the consequences. I felt caught in the middle, my rational mind agreeing with Liam about the dangers of a night hike, but my gut screaming that Ben was right. Staying felt like tempting fate, like sitting passively while something ancient and hungry circled just beyond the light. The singing continued, relentless, sometimes fading, giving us moments of tense silence where we held our breath, straining to hear, only for it to return, perhaps a little louder, a little more insistent. And it began to work on me, subtly at first. The profound sadness in the sound started to seep under my skin, resonating with some hidden melancholy within my own heart. It wasn't just scary anymore. It was mesmerizing. I found my gaze drawn inexorably towards the dark water, towards the unseen source of that impossible sorrow. There was a strange, morbid curiosity mingling with the fear. A whisper in the back of my mind, illogical and terrifying, wondering what it would be like to understand that sadness, to see the faces of the singers, to know their story. I shook my head violently, trying to clear it. Never follow the sound. The woman's warning echoed in my mind. I forced myself to look away from the water, focusing on the fire, on my friends' faces, trying to ground myself in reality. But the lure was insidious. It wasn't a command, not a beckoning finger, but a pull on the soul, a promise of shared sorrow, of an end to loneliness, wrapped in a melody of despair. Suddenly, Liam gasped, pointing towards the shore. What was that? We all spun around. The waves washed onto the sand, gleaming wetly in the firelight. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I saw it too. A ripple on the surface of the water, maybe 20 yards out. But there was no wind. The sea near the shore was relatively calm. This ripple spread outwards, unnaturally smooth, disturbing the starlight reflected on the black surface. As quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Probably just a fish, Liam said, but his voice lacked conviction. We all knew it didn't look like a fish breaking the surface. A few minutes later, Ben, who was sitting closest to the edge of the firelight facing the hills behind us, stiffened. "Did you hear that?" He breathed. "Hear what?" I whispered back, my heart pounding. "Footsteps. On the sand. Just over there." He gestured vaguely towards the darkness behind him, away from the water. We listened, straining our ears. Nothing but the waves and the mournful singing from the sea. No footsteps. "There's nothing there, man," Liam said, trying to sound reassuring. "You're just spooked." I know what I heard. Ben insisted, his voice low and shaky. He scrambled closer to the fire, casting fearful glances over his shoulder into the impenetrable blackness beyond our camp. The incident, real or imagined, ratcheted the tension impossibly high. Were we surrounded? Was the lament from the sea just one part of it? Was something else lurking in the shadows? The campsite, which had felt secluded and peaceful just yesterday, now felt terrifyingly exposed. A tiny island of light in an ocean of hostile darkness. The singing seemed to intensify again, the voices weaving a complex, heartbreaking tapestry of sound. And then, I felt it a stronger pull than before. The desire to walk towards the water, towards the source of the lament, surged within me. It wasn't a rational thought, but a deep, primal urge. My feet felt heavy, wanting to move. I imagined stepping into the cool water, the singing enveloping me, understanding its ancient grief. I dug my fingernails into my palms, the sharp sting bringing a jolt of clarity. No. I looked over at Chloe. Her eyes were fixed on the dark water, her expression distant, almost trance-like. Her breathing was slow and even. "Chloe," I whispered, nudging her arm. She didn't react at first. Then she blinked her eyes, focusing on me slowly, as if surfacing from a deep dream. "What?" she asked, her voice foggy. "You okay?" Yeah, fine," she mumbled, but she looked shaken, confused. "Just listening." The lure was getting stronger, affecting us differently, insidiously. We weren't just hearing the siren's lament anymore. It felt like it was starting to hear us, to know us, tailoring its sorrowful call to the cracks in our own resolve. How long could we resist? How long until one of us succumbed to that mournful, deadly invitation? The fire seemed to be dwindling, the shadows growing longer, deeper. The singing wrapped around us, a chilling lullaby promising oblivion. Morning felt impossibly far away, and I had a terrible feeling that waiting might be the deadliest mistake of all. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting feeble, flickering light that barely pushed back the suffocating darkness. We were exhausted, nerves frayed raw, huddled together more for the illusion of safety than any real warmth. The smallest noises. The siren's lament had become a constant presence, an inescapable auditory shroud weaving despair into the very air we breathed. It wasn't just background noise anymore. It felt like it was inside our heads, echoing in the hollow spaces carved out by fear. Then, it changed. The mournful harmony fractured, replaced by a single, piercingly clear voice. It was still imbued with that same unnatural sorrow, but now it felt less like a general lament and more like a specific, targeted call. It sang a wordless melody, achingly beautiful yet profoundly wrong, that seemed to vibrate deep in my bones. It wasn't just pulling anymore, it was reeling us in. I risked a glance at my friends. Liam was gripping a large piece of driftwood like a club, his jaw set, eyes scanning the darkness near the water's edge. Ben was rocking back and forth almost imperceptibly, whispering something under his breath, maybe a prayer, maybe just incoherent mumbles of fear. Chloe was standing up. Her movements were slow, fluid, almost graceful, completely unlike her earlier panicked state. Her eyes were wide open but unfocused, reflecting the dying embers of the fire like dark, vacant pools. She stared towards the ocean, towards the source of that single, haunting voice, a faint, almost serene smile playing on her lips. "Chloe," Liam choked out, his voice hoarse. "Chloe, sit down. What are you doing?" She didn't respond. She took a step towards the water, then another. "Chloe, stop!" I screamed, scrambling to my feet. The sound of my own voice was shocking in the relative silence between the waves and that terrible singing. Ben yelped, grabbing my arm. "Don't go near her!" But Lion was already moving, trying to intercept her path. "Chloe, snap out of it." "It's not real!" She moved as if in a dream, easily sidestepping Liam's outstretched hand. He lunged again, grabbing her arm. For a moment, she noises. She stopped her head, turning slowly towards him. The vacant expression remained, but the faint smile widened slightly, becoming something chillingly alien. With strength that seemed impossible for sleight frame, she pulled her arm free from Liam's grasp, sending him stumbling back onto the sand. She didn't run. She simply walked, with that same slow, deliberate pace, down the slight incline of the beach towards the water's edge. The single, clear voice swelled, seeming to welcome her, to envelop her. "Kilo!" Liam bellowed, raw panic in his voice. He started after her again, but Ben and I held him back, a shared, unspoken terror rooting us to the spot near the dying fire. We knew, somehow, noises, that going after her into the water was suicide. Chloe reached the edge where the dark water lapped at the sand. She didn't even pause. She walked straight into the ocean. The water swirled around her ankles, then her waist. The singing reached a crescendo, a heartbreakingly beautiful, utterly terrifying note that seemed to hang in the air, silencing even the waves for a beat. Chloe turned her head back towards us just once. The vacant look was still there, the horrifying smile wider now. Then she raised a hand, not in a wave of farewell, but almost like a beckoning gesture. And then she was gone. She didn't sink dramatically or cry out. One moment she was there, waist deep in the black water, illuminated faintly by the starlight. The next, the water was smooth, empty, reflecting only the indifferent stars. There was no splash, no struggle, just absence. The singing stopped, abruptly. The sudden, profound silence was almost as terrifying as the sound itself. It crashed down on us, heavy and absolute, broken only by the returning sigh of the waves and Liam's ragged, desperate gasps. For a second, none of us moved. We stared at the empty water, paralyzed by disbelief and horror. Clue was gone. Vanished into the Pacific, lured away by a ghost song. The woman's warning hammered in my brain, they don't come back. Panic, pure and primal, finally broke the spell. "We have to go." I choked out, the words tasting like ash. Now. Liam didn't need convincing. He was scrambling backwards away from the water, his face a mask of terror and grief. Ben was already grabbing his backpack, his hands shaking so badly he could barely work the zipper. We abandoned everything else, the tents, the sleeping bags, the coolers, the remnants of our food. None of it mattered. Only escape. We plunged into the darkness away from the beach, fumbling for the faint outline of the coastal trail we'd hiked earlier. We had 1 weak headlamp between us, casting a bouncing, insufficient beam that only seemed to make the shadows deeper and more menacing. Every rustle in the scrub, every night bird's cry, sent jolts of adrenaline through us. The hike back to Two Harbors was a nightmare blur of stumbling feet, ragged breathing, and sheer terror. We kept glancing behind us, convinced we were being followed, expecting to hear that awful singing start again at any moment, or worse, to see Chloe emerge from the darkness, smiling that terrible smile. The trail seemed impossibly long, treacherous in the dark. Liam tripped and gashed his knee badly on a rock. Ben was practically sobbing, muttering Clue's name over and over. I felt numb, running on pure adrenaline. The image of Kahlo walking into the water burned into my retinas. Guilt warred with terror. Should we have tried harder? Could we have saved her? Or would we just have joined her in that watery grave? It felt like an eternity, but finally agonizingly, as the first hints of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, we saw the dim lights of two harbors below us. We practically fell down the last stretch of the trail, bursting into the small cluster of buildings like wild animals. We hammered the door of the harbor master's office, shouting incoherently. A startled ranger eventually opened the door, his eyes widening at our disheveled appearance. Liam's bloody leg, the raw terror on our faces. Trying to explain what happened felt insane. We babbled about the singing, the siren's lament, about Chloe walking into the water and disappearing. The ranger listened patiently, his expression shifting from confusion to a kind of wary resignation I recognized from the storekeeper's face. He called the sheriff's department on the mainland, reported a missing person. Searches were conducted, of course. Deputies came over, boats scanned the coastline near Parsons Landing, divers explored the waters just offshore. They found our abandoned campsite, confirming part of our story, but they found no trace of Chloe. Not a footprint leading further than the water's edge, no body, nothing. She had simply vanished. The official report eventually listed her as likely drowned, perhaps caught by an unexpected current, attributing our story of the singing to shock and trauma. But we knew what happened. Liam, Ben, and I barely spoke on the ferry ride back to the mainland, the shared trauma creating an unbridgeable chasm between us. We were the survivors, but we were broken. How could we explain the unexplainable? Who would believe in a deadly ghost song? My name is Hannah. I came back from Catalina Island, but a part of me never left that terrifying beach. I still hear the singing sometimes, in my dreams, faint and mournful, drifting over an imaginary ocean. I see Kahlo's vacant smile, her hand beckoning from the dark water. The locals called it the siren's lament. I call it the sound of a deadly mistake, a melody of sorrow that lures you into the depths and never lets you go. If you ever go camping on Catalina, if you ever hear faint singing drifting over the water at night, don't rationalize it. Don't get curious. Run and don't look back. Some things are best left undisturbed, and some songs should never, ever be listened to. My name is Sophia, or at least it was. Sometimes sitting here in the perpetual twilight of my room, staring at walls that seem to breathe, I wonder if that Sophia, the one brimming with naive excitement and a thirst for the unconventional, ever really existed. Or maybe she died out there in the vast, crushing emptiness of Death Valley, leaving behind this shell that types these words, compelled by a need to warn, to confess, to somehow make sense of the desolation that claimed more than just my traveling companion. It was Liam's idea originally. Liam, my partner, my anchor, the one whose laughter used to be the brightest thing in my world. He'd always been drawn to extremes, to places that tested the limits of endurance and perception. Death Valley, California. Even the name held a certain morbid allure, a stark poetry that resonated with his love for the raw, untamed corners of the earth. He'd show me pictures, sweeping panoramas of sun-baked earth, sculpted canyons glowing ochre and terracotta in the dying light, salt flats stretching into infinity like bleached bones. It's the stark beauty, Soph, he'd said, eyes alight with that familiar fire. Life stripped bare. We have to see it. I was hesitant. Images of blistering heat, of mirages shimmering over asphalt, of tourist warnings about staying hydrated and avoiding midday excursions filled my mind. It sounded less like a vacation and more like a survival exercise. But Liam was persuasive, painting pictures of incredible night skies, absolute silence, and the profound sense of solitude you could only find in such a place. He promised meticulous planning, ample water, safety precautions. Eventually, seduced by his enthusiasm and the undeniable, almost alien beauty in those photographs, I agreed. We planned our trip for late October, hoping to catch a slightly more forgiving edge of the infamous heat. A deadly mistake, the first of many. Driving into the valley was like descending into another world. The vibrant greens and blues of the California coast bled away, replaced by an endless palette of browns, grays, and muted reds. Mountains loomed on either side, jagged and ancient, their slopes looking like crumpled paper under the relentless sun. The air thickened, growing heavy and hot, pressing in through the car vents even with the AC blasting. It wasn't just hot, it was oppressive. It felt like the landscape itself was holding its breath, waiting. The silence was profound, broken only by the hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel whenever we pulled over to stare, awestruck and slightly intimidated at the sheer scale of the emptiness surrounding us. We chose a relatively remote campsite, away from the main Furnace Creek hubbub, seeking that solitude Liam craved. Setting up the tent under the afternoon sun was brutal. Sweat dripped, stinging my eyes, plastering my hair to my temples. The heat radiated upwards from the ground, shimmering in waves, making the air itself seem to waver. Liam, ever practical, rigged up a small tarp for shade, and we collapsed underneath it, gulping down water, feeling drained before we'd even truly begun. Yet, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange, pink, and deep violet, a sense of wonder did creep in. The starkness transformed into breathtaking beauty. The heat began to recede, replaced by a surprising coolness that felt like a blessing. Liam built a small campfire, more for the ambience than warmth. Or so we thought then. We ate dehydrated meals that tasted surprisingly good under the emerging stars. And oh, the stars. With no city lights for hundreds of miles, smallest noises, the Milky Way blazed across the sky like a celestial river, thick with diamonds. The silence returned, deeper now without the sun's oppressive weight, broken only by the crackle of the fire and our own quiet conversation. It felt peaceful, almost magical. For a few hours, I let myself believe this had been a good idea. But as the night deepened, the temperature plummeted. It wasn't a gradual cooling, it was a sudden, biting chill that seeped into our bones. We retreated into the tent, zipped snugly into our sleeping bags, expecting the enclosed space and our body heat to keep us comfortable. I drifted off to sleep, Liam's steady breathing, beside me a familiar comfort in the alien darkness. I woke up later, how much later, I couldn't tell, shivering violently. The cold wasn't just around me, it felt inside me, a deep, penetrating chill that made my teeth chatter uncontrollably. It was far colder than I'd anticipated, colder than seemed natural after the day's furnace-like heat. But it wasn't just the intensity, it was the quality of the cold. It felt wrong, active, predatory, like something ancient and hungry was breathing frosted air directly onto my skin. I huddled deeper into my sleeping bag, pulling it over my head, but the cold pressed in, relentless. The fabric of the tent, usually a thin barrier against the elements, felt utterly useless, as if the cold itself could permeate solid matter. My breath hitched in my throat. Through the thin material of the sleeping bag pulled over my face, I could see my own breath pluming in the air inside the tent. That wasn't right. Yes, but surely not cold enough for that. Not inside a sealed, double-walled tent with two bodies generating heat. Hesitantly shivering so hard my movements were jerky, I pushed the sleeping bag away from my face and peered into the near-total darkness. And then I saw it. Frost. Delicate, intricate patterns of ice crystals coated the inside walls of our tent. They weren't just random patches, they formed swirling, feathery shapes that glinted faintly in the starlight filtering through the thin nylon. They traced lines like skeletal fingers, branching out, reaching. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of ice. How? How was this possible? The tent was sealed tight against wind and dust. There was no moisture source inside, certainly not enough to create this much frost. The air outside was dry, desert dry. This defied every logical explanation. I nudged Liam, my hand trembling. Liam, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Wake up. He stirred, mumbling groggily. What, Soph? You okay? It's freezing, look. I choked out, pointing a shaking finger at the tent wall nearest him. He blinked, trying to focus in the dark. Then he stiffened. What the hell? He reached out, his bare finger touching one of the icy patterns. He snatched it back as it burned. It's ice. Inside the tent. How? He scrambled for his headlamp, flicking it on. The beam illuminated the interior, revealing the full extent of it. The frost wasn't just in patches. It coated large sections of the inner walls and even parts of the ceiling, concentrated most heavily near the vents, but inexplicably inside, not out. The patterns were clear now, even the noises, disturbingly organic like frozen veins or the delicate structures of frost flowers, but somehow deliberate. Those finger-like traces seemed to curl possessively around the edges of the small space we occupied. Condensation, Liam muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe our breathing. Liam, it's like 0 degrees in here. I whispered, pulling my sleeping bag tighter, the predatory chill intensifying now that I was fully awake and aware of the impossibility surrounding us. It would take gallons of moisture for much frost. And these patterns. He shone the light directly on one intricate swirl near my head. It looked unnervingly like a hollow eye socket framed with icy lashes. We stared at it, the silence stretching, filled only by our shallow breaths and the frantic pounding of my own heart. The cold wasn't just temperature. It felt like a presence had slipped inside with us, unseen, unheard, announcing itself with this impossible, beautiful, terrifying ice. The stark beauty of Death Valley suddenly felt like a mask, hiding something ancient, malevolent, and very, very cold. And we were sealed inside a thin nylon shell, alone in its vast, indifferent emptiness. The trip had barely begun, but I already knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the frost, that coming here was a deadly mistake. Sleep, when it finally came again in those pre-dawn hours, was shallow and fractured, haunted by dreams of ice caves and grasping, skeletal hands. I woke with a gasp, not to cold, but to the familiar, oppressive heat already building as the first rays of sun struck the eastern peaks. For a disorienting moment, tangled in my sleeping bag, the terror of the night felt distant, hallucinatory. Had we imagined it? The sheer absurdity of frost inside a tent in Death Valley seemed dreamlike in the growing light. Liam was already stirring, his movements stiff. He avoided my eyes initially, busying himself with packing away his sleeping bag with jerky, efficient movements that didn't quite mask his tension. I sat up, my heart sinking as I looked at the tent walls. They were bone dry. Not a single crystal, not a lingering damp patch remained. It was as if the impossible ice had sublimated directly into the warming air, leaving no trace, mocking our memory. Z. Liam said, his voice attempting casualness, but failing. Gone. Must have been weird condensation. Extreme temperature shift, maybe. Liam, look at me, I said quietly. He finally met my gaze, and I saw the fear still lingering behind his forced rationality. You know that wasn't normal condensation. Those patterns, the cold. He ran a hand through his already sweat-damp hair. I know it was weird, Soph. Really weird. But what else could it be? Ghosts. Ice demons in the desert. Were sleep-deprived, probably dehydrated. It felt alive. I insisted, the memory of that predatory chill making me shiver despite the returning heat. It felt like something was in here with us. He sighed a long, wary sound. Look, let's get some breakfast. Get moving. We planned that hike to Golden Canyon, remember? Maybe getting out, seeing things in the daylight, will help clear our heads. He wouldn't admit it, not fully, but the edge in his voice told me he was just as eager as I was to escape the confines of the tent, to put distance between us and the spot where the impossible had occurred. Breakfast was a tense affair. We barely spoke, the usual easy banter replaced by a heavy silence, punctuated only by the crunch of granola and the buzz of unseen insects warming to life. The landscape, which had seemed so majestic the previous afternoon, now felt alien and hostile. The towering canyon walls seemed to press in. The vast emptiness felt less like freedom and more like exposure. Every gust of wind, kicking up dust devils in the distance, seemed to carry whispers just below the threshold of hearing. We drove to the Golden Canyon trailhead, the car's AC struggling against the mounting heat. Stepping outside was like walking into an oven. Yet, as we started hiking, following the trail into the narrow, winding canyon carved by ancient waters, I felt again a phantom chill, goosebumps rising on my arms despite the sweat trickling down my back. I stopped. "What is it?" Liam asked, turning back. "Did you feel that?" "Feel what?" "The heat, no. A cold spot. Right here." I gestured vaguely at the air around me. It was gone now, replaced by the uniform baking heat. Liam frowned. "Probably just the wind, Soph. It can funnel weirdly through these canyons." He tried to smile reassuringly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Come on, let's keep moving." The hike itself should have been spectacular. The canyon walls rose steeply on either side, layers of sediment telling stories millions of years old, colored in shades of gold, rust, and pale yellow. But I couldn't appreciate it. My senses felt hyper-alert, scanning the rock faces, the shadows, the sky. I kept glancing behind us, an irrational certainty growing that we were being followed. The silence here was different from the open desert. It was close, intimate, amplifying the sound of our footsteps on the gravel, the rasp of our breathing. A few times, I thought I heard pebbles skittering down slopes above us when there was no wind, no visible animal. Liam dismissed it as echoes, or maybe small lizards dislodging loose rocks. We reached the turnaround point, a natural amphitheater where the canyon widened slightly. We sat on sun-warmed rocks, drinking water, trying to recapture the sense of adventure. Liam pointed out geological features, trying to distract us both. But my gaze kept drifting to the shadowed crevices, the dark undercuts in the rock. Did something move in that patch of deep shade? Was that scratching sound just the wind, or something else? Then I saw them. On a flat rock face, partially obscured by scree, markings. They weren't natural erosion patterns. They looked etched. Lines, spirals, shapes that echoed the disturbing frost patterns from the tent delicate, branching, almost skeletal. They looked ancient, weathered, yet starkly clear. "Liam, look," I whispered, pointing. He followed my finger, his noncalance finally evaporating completely. He climbed over the loose rock for a closer look, tracing the lines with his finger. "Okay," he breathed. "Okay, that's not normal." The markings were intricate, unsettlingly familiar. They seemed to pulse with a coldness that had nothing to do with the surrounding temperature. Standing near them, I felt that phantom chill again, stronger this time, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. It felt like touching the edge of something vast and unknowable, something that had imprinted itself onto the very rock of this place. "What do you think they are?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "I have no idea," Liam said, his face pale beneath his tan. "Petroglyphs. But they don't look like any Native American art I've ever seen. They look like the frost." We didn't linger. The return hike was faster, driven by a shared, unspoken urgency, the smallest noises. The canyon felt tighter and the shadows deeper. The feeling of being watched intensified, evolving into a prickling certainty that we were intruders in a place governed by forces we couldn't comprehend. Even the oppressive heat felt less threatening than the memory of the cold, the etched rock, the lingering sense of unseen eyes. Returning to the campsite offered no relief. The tent, sitting alone in the vast, dusty expanse, looked small and vulnerable. As small as the place where we'd sought shelter now felt like a trap waiting to be sprung. As the sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley floor, the dread returned with crushing force. The sunset, a riot of color that had seemed beautiful just 24 hours earlier, now looked like a bleeding wound in the sky, heralding another night of impossible cold. We ate quickly, mechanically, neither of us wanting to prolong the twilight hour. The campfire felt inadequate, a tiny flickering defense against the encroaching darkness and the palpable drop in temperature. It was happening faster tonight. The heat hadn't lingered, It had fled, chased away by a chill that already felt sharper, more purposeful than the night before. Zipping up the tent felt like sealing our own tomb. We lay side by side in our sleeping bags, rigidly still, listening. Outside, the silence was absolute, heavy, pressing against the thin nylon walls. Then, the cold began to seep in, not gradually, but like an invasion. It sank into the sleeping bags, into our clothes, into our very marrow. My teeth began to chatter again, harder this time. And then we saw it. Not waiting for the deepest part of the night, but appearing almost as soon as the true cold hit. Frost, blooming across the interior walls like a time-lapse film of alien growth. The patterns were back, bolder, more intricate, clearer. Those skeletal fingers seemed longer, sharper. The eye, like swirl near my head, seemed to fixate on me. Liam let out a choked sound. He didn't need his headlamp this time. The starlight reflecting off the internal ice provided a faint, ghostly illumination. The frost covered nearly half the tent interior now, thick and opaque in places. Then came the sound, faint at first, almost lost beneath the chattering of my own teeth. A soft, dry scraping sound, coming from outside the tent. We both froze, straining to hear. It came again, a delicate, rhythmic scratch, 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 like dry twigs being dragged across the nylon. Or fingernails. Liam reached slowly, agonizingly, for the heavy maglite he kept beside his sleeping bag. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. The scraping moved, circling the tent slowly, deliberately. It paused right behind my head, separated only by thin fabric wall now coated on the inside with impossible ice. I could feel the cold intensifying on that spot, a focused, penetrating chill. Silence. Absolute, terrifying silence. And then a whisper, dry as dust, seeming to come from all around us, or perhaps from inside our own heads. It wasn't words, just a sibilant sigh, the sound of wind through bleached bones, carrying with it the utter cold of the void. The predatory presence was no longer just a feeling. It was outside, circling, whispering, waiting, and the frost inside grew thicker. We were frozen, not just by the impossible cold, but by pure, primal terror. Liam gripped the heavy maglite like a lifeline, his knuckles white, but didn't turn it on. Neither of us dared move, scarcely dared to breathe. The scraping sound had stopped, but the silence that followed was worse, thick with anticipation. The whispering sight echoed in my ears, a soundless noise that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The frost on the tent walls pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence, the skeletal patterns seeming to writhe just at the edge of perception. Then, the fabric of the tent directly behind Liam's head began to indent, slowly, deliberately, as if something heavy, impossibly cold, was leaning against it from the outside. A spiderweb of new frost instantly bloomed around the point of pressure, radiating outwards. Liam flinched violently, scrambling backwards, Crab crawling over his sleeping bag until his back hit the opposite wall, near me. He finally snapped on the maglite, aiming the beam at the indenting fabric. There was nothing visible through the nylon beyond the darkness, but the pressure remained, pushing inwards, stretching the material taut. And the cold, oh God, the cold intensified, focused on that spot, radiating outwards like waves from a stone dropped in ice water. It hurt to breathe, the air searing my lungs like dry ice. What is it? Liam whispered, his voice cracking, the beam trembling violently in his hand. What do you want? The whispering returned, louder this time, coalescing. It wasn't words, not human words, but a chilling mimicry of sound, like dry leaves skittering across ice, forming shapes that brushed against meaning. It seemed to mock his question, swirling around us within the confines of the tent, amplified by the taut fabric and the ringing silence outside. Then the frost patterns began to change, rapidly. The skeletal fingers elongated, sharpened, curling inwards. The swirl near my head resolved into a hollow, luring face, jaws wide in a silent scream of frozen agony. Other faces began to appear, swirling into existence on the walls around us, ephemeral and terrifying, formed from pure, impossible ice. They were vaguely human but distorted, stretched ancient. The pressure on the tent wall increased, the fabric groaning in protest. And then, with horrifying clarity, The shape pressing inward took form, the distinct outline of a hand. Long, thin fingers, impossibly jointed, spread wide against the nylon. It wasn't skeletal, not quite, but seemed sculpted from the very essence of the predatory cold, radiating an aura that felt like death. That broke Liam. His rationality shattered completely, replaced by raw panic. "No! Get away!" he screamed, swinging the heavy maglite wildly towards the hand-shaped impression. The moment the flashlight struck the fabric, two things happened simultaneously. An unearthly screech echoed from outside, high-pitched and grating, like metal tearing, vibrating through the frozen air. And the tent wall where the handprint was ripped open, not cleanly cut, but shattering like brittle glass, sending razor shards of frozen nylon flying inwards. A blast of inconceivable cold surged through the opening. I couldn't bear even the noises, extinguishing the campfire instantly with an audible hiss, plunging us into near absolute darkness, save for the weak, flickering beam of Liam's dropped flashlight lying on the tent floor, and the ghostly luminescence of the frost faces still coating the remaining walls. Through the jagged rip, I saw not stars, but a swirling deeper darkness, a void that seemed to drink the faint light. Liam scrambled towards the opening, not away from it. "Soft, run!" he yelled, shoving me backwards. "Get out!" Now. I stumbled, disoriented, falling back over our gear. I saw him framed against the rupture, the swirling darkness beyond. He raised the maglite again, not to strike, but perhaps as a ward, a defiant gesture against the inevitable. Then it reached for him from the darkness. I didn't see a clear form, just a suggestion of movement, an extension of the absolute cold, wreathed in tendrils of black frost. It flowed over him, silent and swift. Liam made a choked sound, his body seizing, arching backward. Frost, thick and white like rime ice on a winter branch, exploded across his exposed skin, his clothes, his hair, instantly encasing him. His eyes were wide, staring directly at me, reflecting the swirling frost faces on the opposite wall. He didn't scream. He couldn't. He was frozen solid in less than a second, a statue of pure terror, before crumbling inwards like fragile porcelain struck by a hammer. He simply ceased to be, collapsing into a shower of glittering ice dust and frozen fragments that swirled away into the darkness beyond the ruptured tent. My own scream was trapped in my throat, choked by the paralyzing cold and horror. Survival instinct, raw and unthinking, finally took over. I scrambled for the tent's zipper on the opposite side, my fingers numb and clumsy. The zipper was frozen solid. Panic surged. I battered against it, then threw my shoulder against the fabric near the floor, tearing at the seams. Nylon ripped. I spilled out of the ruined tent onto the freezing desert floor, barefoot, clad only in my thermal underwear. The cold was absolute, a physical blow that stole my breath. The world was black and silver under the starlight, the ground hard as iron. I didn't look back. I ran. I ran blindly into the vast, empty darkness. The only sounds my own ragged gasps, and the crunch of my bare feet on the icy gravel. The cold pursued me not as a presence anymore, but as the very air itself, sinking its teeth into my exposed skin, burning my lungs. Behind me, I could hear a faint, dry skittering sound, like the thing that had consumed Liam was pacing the ruins of our campsite. Or perhaps it was just the wind, playing tricks in the terrible silence. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. Time lost all meaning. The landscape was a confusing maze of low dunes and sharp rocks in the darkness. My feet were cut and bleeding, but I barely felt it through the numbness. The cold was relentless, draining my strength, slowing my movements. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, driven only by the image of Liam's frozen eyes. I remember thinking absurdly that I would freeze out here, just like him, claimed by the desert's impossible cold. I collapsed eventually, unable to move further, huddling behind a low outcrop of rock, shivering uncontrollably. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and indifferent. I waited for the cold to take me, for the scraping sounds to return. But there was only the wind and the crushing silence of Death Valley. I was found just after dawn. A pair of early rising photographers, heading out to catch the sunrise at Zabriskie Point, saw me huddled by the roadside, miles from our campsite, suffering from severe hypothermia, frostbite on my hands and feet incoherent with terror. They wrapped me in blankets, gave me warm water. I tried to tell them about Liam, about the tent, the frost, the cold that wasn't just cold, the thing that came out of the darkness. They exchanged pitying glances, attributing my rambling to exposure shock, perhaps dehydration-induced hallucinations. When the park rangers eventually located our campsite, they found the tent shredded, our gear scattered, footprints leading away, mine, frantic and erratic, and nothing else. No sign of Liam, no sign of a struggle beyond the ripped tent. No trace of the impossible frost or the entity that created it. Liam was listed as missing, presumed wandered off and succumbed to the elements. Another tragic statistic in the unforgiving desert. They never found him. They don't believe me, of course. Hypothermia plays tricks on the mind, they said. Grief and trauma manifest in strange ways. But I know what I saw. I know what took Liam. It wasn't the heat that made Death Valley deadly. It was the cold. I left California. I moved somewhere perpetually damp and gray, hoping the humidity would ward off that dry, ancient chill. But sometimes, usually in the dead of night, I feel it. A sudden, localized drop in temperature in my room. A fleeting glimpse of frost blooming on the windowpane, even in summer. The feeling of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The walls of my room seemed to breathe, faintly, pulsing with a cold that feels unnervingly familiar. It knows where I am. It remembers me. The cold that clings. The predatory presence from the desert void. It left its mark, an icy shard embedded deep within my soul. My name is Sophia, and I survived Death Valley. But I left part of myself there, flawless in the dust. And I live in constant fear that someday the cold will come back to claim the rest. My name is Ethan, and if I could rewind time, rip a page out of the calendar, steer my beat-up set in anywhere else but north towards the looming green giants of California, I would. God, I would. Couldn't bear even the smallest noises. But life doesn't offer mulligans, especially not when you've stumbled into the kind of darkness that clings. Smallest noises, the kind that doesn't just haunt your dreams, but fundamentally alters the way you perceive the world, the way you look at shadows, at old photographs, at the smiling face of the person you love most. It was supposed to be the trip. Sarah, my girlfriend, well, she was then, and I had been planning it for months. We were city folk, born and bred amidst the concrete and the constant thrum of Los Angeles. The idea of escaping, truly escaping, into the wilderness, under the canopy of trees older than nations, felt like a necessary pilgrimage. We craved the silence, the scent of pine and damp earth, the feeling of being infinitesimally small against something ancient and vast. California Sequoia National Park was our destination, a place whispered about in reverent tones, home to the largest trees on earth. We'd pored over maps, bought new hiking boots, practiced setting up the tent in my cramped apartment living room, laughing as poles snapped into place or refused to cooperate. We were giddy with anticipation. The drive itself was part of the magic, leaving the sprawl behind, watching the landscape shift from urban gray to agricultural green, then gradually rise into foothills dotted with oaks before finally climbing into the Sirius Mountains, the air growing crisp and cool. Sarah had her head leaned back against the seat, window down, auburn hair whipping around her face, that incredible, infectious smile lighting up her features. She was humming along to some indie band on the radio, utterly radiant. Seeing her like that, so free and happy, solidified the feeling that this trip was exactly what we needed. Entering the park was like stepping into another world. The scale of everything shifted. Sunlight filtered down in dappled patterns through impossibly high branches. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and decomposing leaves, a primordial perfume. We drove slowly along the winding General's Highway, necks craned, awestruck by the sheer size of the sequoias lining the road. They weren't just trees, they were monuments, silent, stoic sentinels that had watched centuries unfold beneath them. There was a profound stillness here, a quiet that felt heavier, deeper than mere absence of noise. We found a campsite nestled amongst slightly smaller pines and firs, but with the promise of giant sequoia groves just a short hike away. Setting up was smoother than our living room practice runs. And soon our little nylon dump stood proudly, a tiny splash of blue against the forest floor. The first day was pure bliss. We hiked a trail that led us along a rushing creek, bare even the smallest noises, marveling at the clarity of the water and the smooth gray stones beneath. We ate sandwiches sitting on a fallen log, sharing a canteen, a feeling wonderfully disconnected from the pressures of our normal lives. It was late afternoon on that first perfect day when we decided to seek out one of the true giants we'd read about, the small noises, a specimen known for its particularly impressive girth, located in a less crowded grove off a smaller path. We found it after maybe 20 minutes of walking, pushing through some ferns and ducking under low branches. And there it stood. It was magnificent. Calling it a tree felt inadequate. It was a living colossus, its reddish-brown bark thick and deeply furrowed, scarred by fire survived centuries ago. Its base was wider than my car, maybe wider than my apartment. It soared upwards, disappearing into a crown so high we couldn't properly see its top. Standing at its foot, we were utterly dwarfed, silenced by its presence. "Ethan, look at this thing." Sarah breathed, her voice full of wonder. She walked up to it, hesitantly at first, then placed her hand flat against the textured bark. "It feels ancient. Older than anything we can probably imagine," I replied, pulling out my phone. "Stand right there. I want to get a picture of you with it. To show scale, you know." She laughed, stepping back slightly, positioning herself near the edge of the immense trunk. The late afternoon sun slanted through the canopy, catching the highlights in her hair. She struck a playful pose, one hand on her hip, flashing that brilliant smile that always made my heart do a stupid little flip. "Perfect," I said, framing the shot, her bright figure against the colossal, shadowy bark of the sequoia. It looked almost surreal. I snapped a few pictures, adjusting the angle slightly. "Got it. You look amazing." She skipped back over to me, linking her arm through mine. "Let's see. Later," I said, pocketing the phone. "Let's just be here for a minute." We stood there for a while longer, simply absorbing the atmosphere, the weight of time embodied in the wood and leaves around us. The profound quiet seemed to deepen as the sun dipped lower, painting the forest in warmer, longer shadows. Eventually, the chill began to set in, reminding us we had a campfire to build and dinner to make. We hiked back to our campsite, hand in hand, spirits high, completely oblivious. That evening was idyllic. We got a crackling fire going, cooked sausages on sticks, and opened a bottle of cheap red wine we brought. We talked and laughed, watched sparks spiral up into the darkening sky, pointed out the first stars appearing between the silhouettes of the pines. The wilderness felt welcoming, embracing. We crawled into our tent, zipped snugly into our sleeping bags, and fell asleep to the gentle sounds of the forest. It wasn't until the next morning, after a breakfast of lukewarm instant coffee and granola bars, that I decided to look through the photos from the day before. Sarah was repacking her backpack, humming softly. I sat on a log near the smoldering remains of our fire, sipping my coffee, and pulled out my phone. I scrolled through the pictures casually at first. Shots of the creek, a blurry photo of a squirrel, a selfie of us looking windswept on the trail. Then I reached the ones from the giant sequoia. The first few were fine. Sarah smiling, the immense tree behind her. Standard tourist shots. But then I landed on one particular image. The one I thought was framed perfectly. Sarah was right there, center left, beaming, her red jacket a vibrant splash of color. The sequoia trunk filled the right side of the frame, massive and textured. And then I saw it. My breath hitched. My heart gave a painful thud against my ribs. Standing behind Sarah, partially hidden by the curve of the enormous tree trunk, was something else. Something that hadn't been there. It was a figure. Vague at first glance, almost blending into the deep shadows and rough bark. But as I zoomed in, my hand trembling slightly, the details sharpened into horrifying clarity. It was humanoid in shape, seemingly wearing clothes that looked old. Not just worn, but old-fashioned. Like something out of a dusty history book, maybe pioneer garb or something even earlier. A long dark coat or dress, difficult to tell in the shadows. The figure was unnaturally still, unnaturally tall and gaunt. But the clothes weren't the worst part. The worst part was the face. Or rather, the lack of one. Where eyes should have been, there were just holes. Deep, pitch black voids that seemed to absorb the light. No sclera, no iris, no pupil. Just absolute empty blackness that felt chillingly, malevolently aware. It wasn't looking at Sarah exactly. It felt like it was looking through her. Or perhaps directly out of the photograph at me. A cold sweat prickled my skin despite the morning chill. My coffee suddenly tasted like bile. I frantically swiped to the next photo, taken maybe half a second later. Sarah was still there, smile slightly shifted. The tree was still there. The figure was gone. I swiped back. It was there again, lurking with those abyssal eyes. Swiped forward. Gone. Back. There. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a smudge on the lens or a digital artifact. It was in the picture. Sharp, defined, undeniably present in that frozen moment of time, yet utterly absent from my memory of taking the shot. Sarah hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen it. We were alone in that grove, weren't we? The stillness of the forest suddenly felt different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watchful. Predatory. The ancient trees no longer felt like stoic guardians, but like silent, unknowing witnesses to something awful. I looked up from the phone, my gaze darting nervously into the woods surrounding our campsite. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every rustle of leaves felt like a footstep. The smiling face on my phone screen, my girlfriend Sarah, seemed terrifyingly vulnerable next to the impossible horror lurking just behind her in the digital image. My camping trip, our perfect escape, had just become a deadly mistake, and I was only beginning to understand how deadly it might be. I slammed my phone screen off, the image of those black voids searing itself onto the backs of my eyelids. My hand, the one not clutching the rapidly cooling coffee mug, was shaking uncontrollably. I shoved the phone deep into my pocket as if burying a venomous snake. "Everything all right over there?" Sarah asked, turning from her backpack. She had that slightly concerned, head-tilted look she does when she senses something's off. Her voice, usually a balm, now scraped against my raw nerves. "Yeah, fine," I mumbled, forcing my lips into something that was supposed to resemble a smile, but probably looked more like a grimace. "Just up still waking up. Coffee hasn't kicked in yet, I guess." I took a gulp of the lukewarm liquid, nearly gagging. It tasted like dirt and fear. She frowned, unconvinced. "You look like you've seen a ghost." If only it were that simple. A ghost implies something spectral, maybe translucent, something that was once human. The thing lurking in that photograph felt older, colder, and fundamentally other. "Nah," I lied, trying for nonchalance and failing spectacularly. Just zoned out for a second, thinking about trails. Which one we should hit today? Sarah watched me for a moment longer, her brow furrowed, before seemingly deciding to let it go. For now. She turned back to her pack, adjusting straps, but I could feel the weight of her unease, an invisible barrier now rising between us. The easy intimacy of the previous day had evaporated, replaced by the suffocating static of my secret terror. We did try to hike. We packed day packs, filled water bottles, and consulted the map, deciding on a route that promised panoramic views. But the magic was gone for me. Every step I took felt heavy, reluctant. The towering sequoias no longer inspired awe. They felt like colossal, smallest noises, indifferent juzz or worse, like hiding places. My eyes constantly scanned the spaces between the massive trunks, searching the deep shadows, half expecting to see a flicker of old-fashioned cloth or the impossible darkness of those eyes staring back. The sounds of the forest, which had been a soothing symphony yesterday, were now a discordant cacophony of potential threats. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was furtive movement. The snap of a twig wasn't a squirrel, it was a footstep deliberately placed. The cry of a distant bird sounded like a warning, or perhaps a lament. I jumped at shadows, flinched when branches brushed against my arm. The profound silence I'd craved now felt suffocating, charged with unseen attention. It was the silence of being watched. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to maintain normalcy. She pointed out wildflowers, commented on the clarity of the air, attempted jokes. But my monosyllabic replies and constant, jerky head movements soon dampened her spirits too. The space between us on the trail widened, filled with unspoken tension. "Ethan, seriously, what is going on?" she finally asked, stopping on the path and turning to face me. Her voice was laced with frustration and worry. "You're acting completely paranoid. Did something happen? Did you sleep badly? Are you feeling sick?" I opened my mouth, the confession hovering on my tongue. I saw something in the photo. Something impossible. Something terrifying. But the words wouldn't come out. How could I explain it without sounding insane? How could I burden her with this chilling impossibility? What if she looked at the photo and saw nothing? Would that make me crazy, or would that be even more terrifying, meaning the thing was only visible to me? I don't know. I stammered, looking away from her searching gaze, focusing instead on a particularly gnarled sequoia root near my feet. I just peeled off. Maybe this place is getting to me. The scale of it all, makes you feel small, vulnerable. It was a weak deflection, and we both knew it. She sighed, a sound heavy with disappointment. "Okay, Ethan, but if something's wrong, I wish you'd just tell me." She turned and continued walking, her shoulders slumped slightly. The shared adventure had fractured, becoming two separate, lonely journeys happening side by side. Back at the campsite that afternoon, the unease festered. I found myself compulsively checking my phone, pulling it out when Sarah wasn't looking, scrolling back to that image. Each time, the horror was fresh, visceral. I zoomed in, studying the figure. The fabric of its clothes seemed rough, dark, absorbing the light. Its posture was rigid, unnatural, and those eyes, those horrifying, empty sockets. They seemed to draw me in, promising nothing but cold, vacant oblivion. Was it malevolent? Or was it just wrong? An error in the fabric of reality captured by my phone's lens. I didn't know which possibility was worse. I started noticing other things, or perhaps my heightened senses were manufacturing them. A fleeting shadow darting behind a tree at the edge of my peripheral vision, gone when I turned to look. An unusual cold spot near the base of a particularly large pine near our tent, the air suddenly feeling degrees colder, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the afternoon sun. Once, while gathering firewood, I heard a faint, dry rustling sound, like stiff cloth brushing against bark, coming from the dense thicket just beyond the clearing. I froze, straining to hear, my heart hammering. But there was only the wind sighing through the high branches. Imagination, or had it been there? Had it followed us from the grove? The campfire that night felt different. The flames danced and crackled, casting flickering, unreliable light, making the surrounding darkness seem deeper, more menacing. We sat in silence for a long time, the unspoken tension thick between us. "I can't do this, Ethan," Sarah finally said softly, staring into the fire. "This silence, this weirdness, it feels awful. Whatever is bothering you, it's like a wall between us. You're here, but you're a million miles away. Please, just talk to me. We came here to connect, remember." Her plea, so earnest and vulnerable, pierced through my fear-induced paralysis. She was right. This wasn't fair to her. Keeping this secret was isolating me, yes, but it was also hurting her, poisoning the trust between us. And more than that, a chilling thought began to crystallize in my mindy. What if the figure wasn't just in the photo? What if taking the picture had somehow anchored it, or drawn its attention? What if it wasn't just a passive anomaly, but an active presence? If that were true, Sarah was potentially in danger, and my silence was leaving her completely unaware, completely vulnerable. The memory of those void eyes flashed in my mind. Eyes that didn't see, but absorbed. Eyes that felt like they could swallow the world. I took a deep, shaky breath. The cool night air felt like ice in my lungs. "Okay," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Okay, Sarah, there is something. Something I saw. Something in one of the pictures I took yesterday." I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around the cold, smooth surface of the phone. The weight of it felt immense, like holding a cursed artifact. The simple act of showing her felt like crossing a threshold. inviting the impossible horror fully into our shared reality. There would be no going back after this. You're going to think I'm crazy, I continued, my voice trembling slightly. God, I hope you think I'm crazy, but you need to see this. I unlocked the phone, my thumb hovering over the gallery app. The firelight flickered across Sarah's face, illuminating her concerned, expectant expression. The woods around us seemed to hold their breath, the silence pressing in, watchful and ancient. My camping trip had already been a mistake. Now, I had to face the consequences of dragging Sarah into the heart of it with me. My hand shook violently as I held the phone out to Sarah. The screen glowed unnaturally bright in the deepening twilight, illuminating the image that had been haunting my every waking thought. Even the smallest noises. Her brow was furrowed with concern as she took it, her eyes scanning the picture of herself smiling by the giant sequoia. For a second, there was nothing but the crackle of the campfire and the distant sight of the wind. Then I saw her expression shift. Confusion flickered first, a slight frown deepening between her eyebrows. She tilted the phone, then brought it closer to her face, her eyes narrowing. There was a sharp, audible intake of breath. Her fingers tightened on the phone's casing. Ethan, she whispered, her voice thin and ready. She zoomed in, just as I had, her face drained of color, becoming a pale mask in the firelight. What is that? Behind me. Her gaze snapped up from the screen to meet mine, wide with dawning, sickening horror. She saw it. It wasn't just me. It wasn't my imagination. The impossible thing lurking in the digital either was real enough for both of us to perceive. The validation I'd craved moments before now felt like a death sentence. We weren't crazy. We were prey. I don't know. I choked out, the words thick with fear. It wasn't there, Sarah. I swear it wasn't there when I took the picture. We were alone. But it's there, she breathed, staring back at the screen with morbid fascination, her knuckles white. Oh God, Ethan. Those eyes. Suddenly, the campsite, our small bubble of warmth and light, felt terrifyingly exposed. The immense, silent trees surrounding us were no longer majestic. They were walls, trapping us in. The darkness pooling beneath them wasn't empty. It was watchful, waiting. We have to go, I said, my voice low and urgent. Now, forget the gear. Just grab the essentials. Wallet, keys, water. We leave now. Panic flared in Sarah's eyes, replacing the shocked disbelief. She nodded mutely, dropping the phone onto the log beside her as if it were contaminated. We scrambled to our feet, adrenaline dumping ice water and fire into my veins simultaneously. The simple act of moving felt frantic, clumsy. As we started shoving essentials into a single backpack, my wallet, her small first aid kit, the car keys, a half-empty water bottle, the sounds began. It started subtly, almost dismissively, a series of dry scrapes from the darkness just beyond the firelight, like rough fabric dragged over bark. The sound I thought I'd imagined earlier, but this time it was louder, closer. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, freezing mid-motion, her eyes darting towards the source of the sound. I nodded grimly, pulling the zipper on the backpack with trembling fingers. Keep moving. Then came the footsteps. Not animal sounds, not the scurry of a rodent or the heavier tread of a deer. These were slow, deliberate placements of weight on the forest floor, circling the perimeter of our campsite, always just out of sight. Soft thuds on pine needles and earth. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. The campfire, which had been burning steadily, suddenly seemed to falter. The flames dipped low, sputtering weakly, casting long, distorted shadows that wreathed like living things. The temperature plummeted, a biting, unnatural cold seeping into the clearing, stealing the warmth from the air from our skin. Ethan, the fire. Sarah gasped, backing closer to me. I fumbled for my flashlight, switching it on. The beam cut a shaky cone through the oppressive darkness, but it felt weak, inadequate, swallowed by the immense blackness of the woods. I swept the light around the edge of the campsite. Empty trees, shifting shadows, nothing solid. But the feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a physical pressure against my skin, raising the hairs on my neck and arms. A low hum started, almost subliminal at first, then growing into a soft, vibrating drone that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. It wasn't mechanical. It felt organic, ancient, utterly alien. Keys, I muttered, my own voice sounding distant. Got the keys. Let's go. Towards the trailhead. Car. We abandoned everything else, the tent. Sleeping bags, cooking gear, the lingering evidence of our fatally naive adventure. Gripping the flashlight in one hand and Sarah's arm tightly in the other, I pulled her away from the dying fire, plunging into the deeper darkness under the canopy. The path we'd walked easily in daylight was now a treacherous obstacle course. Roots seemed to snag our feet. Low branches clawed at our faces. The flashlight beam bounced erratically, revealing glimpses of the path ahead before swinging wildly as I stumbled. The humming sound followed us, a constant, unnerving presence. The footsteps seemed to parallel our panicked flight, keeping pace just within the trees. "Faster, Sarah, come on!" I urged, pulling her along. Suddenly, she cried out, stumbling hard over an unseen root. She went down, her knee hitting a rock with a sickening thud. I spun around, hauling her back up, my flashlight beam dancing over her face, pale and contorted in pain and terror. "My knee," she sobbed, trying to put weight on it, wincing. "Ethan, I can't." It was then that I saw it, not in the photo this time. Standing motionless maybe 30 feet away, partially obscured by the thick trunk of a pine, was the figure. It wasn't a fleeting glimpse, it was undeniably there. Taller than seemed natural, rail thin beneath the dark, old-fashioned coat. The flashlight beam seemed to bend around it, refusing to illuminate it clearly, leaving it wreathed in shadow. But I could see the shape of its head, tilted slightly as if listening, and I could see, even from that distance, the two patches of absolute, light-devouring blackness where its eyes should be. The humming intensified, vibrating the very air around us, making my teeth ache. A wave of nausea and dizzying vertigo washed over me. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, but its sheer presence was a psychic weight, crushing, unbearable. Sarah saw it too. A strangled gasp escaped her lips. Her eyes were locked onto the figure, wide with a terror so pure it felt like it could stop her heart. "Don't look at it," I hissed, trying to pull her forward, but she was frozen, mesmerized by the horror. And then it moved. Not quickly. It glided, seeming to drift from behind the tree, turning its featureless head slowly towards us, the void eyes fixed upon us. I felt a cold deeper than the night air sink into my soul, a primal dread that whispered of utter annihilation. That was when Sarah screamed. Not a cry of pain, but a raw, piercing shriek of ultimate terror. It ripped through the humming silence, echoing horribly amongst the ancient trees. In that instant of paralyzing fear, driven by an instinct I couldn't comprehend, she twisted away from me, away from the figure, and scrambled blindly, desperately, sideways off the barely visible trail and into the dense, black undergrowth. "Sarah! No!" I screamed, lunging after her, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly. I heard her crashing through bushes for a few seconds, followed by a sickening, heavy thud and then silence. Absolute profound silence. The humming stopped. The footsteps ceased. The figure was gone. "Sarah!" I yelled, my voice cracking. I pushed through the ferns and branches where she disappeared, frantically sweeping the flashlight beam across the forest floor. The beam landed on a steep, unexpected drop-off, masked by the undergrowth, a short, sharp incline leading down into a rocky, shadow-filled depression. And at the bottom, sprawled unnaturally still against the dark earth and rocks, was Sarah. Her head was turned at a terrible angle. Her eyes were open, staring blankly up at the indifferent canopy far above, the camping trip. Taking that picture, standing too close to something ancient and wrong. It was a deadly mistake. It was our deadly mistake. But Sarah had paid the price. I don't remember much after that. Scrambling down, confirming the horrifying reality. The frantic, useless attempts at CPR. The stumbling, sobbing journey back towards where I thought the main road was, leaving her there in the cold, watchful silence. Eventually, headlights, confusion, authorities, questions I couldn't properly answer. They found her body, of course. The official story was a tragic accident, disorientation in the dark, a fatal fall. They noted my state of shock, even the smallest noises. The incoherence of my initial statements about being chased, about seeing things. Grief, they called it. Trauma. They never found my phone, which I realized later I must have dropped near Sarah's body in my panic. Maybe it's still there, lying in the dirt. It's screen dark. Or maybe the forest or the thing within it reclaimed it. I'm back in the city now, surrounded by noise and concrete and millions of people. But I don't feel safe. The silence of the sequoias haunts me, but it's the memory of those pitch black voids where eyes should have been that truly paralyzes me. Sometimes, in the deep of night, when the city quiets just enough, I think I can hear a faint humming sound. Sometimes I see a tall, then shadow lingering at the edge of my vision, wearing clothes from a forgotten time. It wasn't tied to the grove. It wasn't just in the photo. I think taking that picture, capturing its image, created a connection. I looked into the void, and I truly fear, I couldn't even the smallest noises, that some part of it looked back and followed me home. The deadly mistake wasn't just the trip, it was surviving it. My name is Isabella. Even now, months later, huddled in the sterile quiet of my apartment thousands of miles away, the memory brings a tremor to my hands and the phantom scent of decay to my nostrils. Writing this down feels like lancing a wound, a desperate attempt to drain the poison that seeped into my soul during those horrifying days near California's Salton Sea. Maybe putting it into words will make it seem real, less like the fragmented nightmares that claw at my sleep. Or maybe it will just give the horror a shape, a form I can finally confront, even if only on paper. Whatever the outcome, I have to tell someone. I have to try and make sense of the senseless, warn others away from the desolation that masks something truly malevolent. Our camping trip, meant to be an escape, a quirky adventure into the weird heart of the California desert, became a deadly mistake, and I am the only one left to tell the tale. There were 4 of us initially. Liam, my boyfriend at the time, was the driving force behind the trip. He had this romantic notion of exploring places forgotten by time, places with a certain gritty beauty. He'd read articles about the Salton Sea's accidental creation, its brief heyday as a resort destination, and its slow, toxic decline. He painted it as a place of stark contrasts, hauntingly beautiful in its decay. Chloe, Liam's sister, was pragmatic, the designated skeptic armed with first aid kits and sensible hiking boots. She wasn't thrilled, citing the environmental reports and the notorious smell, but she wouldn't let Liam go alone. Then there was No, Clulu's fiancé, a gentle soul prone to anxiety, who mostly came along because Chloe did. He packed extra water and wore a wide-brimmed hat, already looking uncomfortable before we even left Los Angeles. And me, I was swept up in Liam's enthusiasm, intrigued by the promise of the unusual, the photographic potential of such a unique landscape. Oh, how naive I was in the smallest noises, how tragically unprepared for the reality that awaited us. The drive itself was a descent into strangeness. The vibrant greens of coastal California slowly bled into the muted ochres and browns of the desert. The air conditioning in Liam's beat-up SUV strained against the mounting heat. By the time we turned off the main highway onto the smaller roads leading towards the southern shore of the Salton Sea, the temperature gauge was flirting with triple digits, and a faint, unsettling odor began to permeate the recycled air in the car. Chloe wrinkled her nose. Is that it? The famous Salton Sea perfume. Liam chuckled, though it sounded a little forced. Atmosphere. Chloe. It's called atmosphere. But as we got closer, the smell intensified, evolving from a faint unpleasantness into a thick, cloying stench. It was the smell of rot, of sulfur, of stagnant water choked with algae, and something else, something vaguely piscine, but ancient and putrid. It coated the back of your throat, heavy and unavoidable. We rolled up the windows, but it seemed to seep through the vents, clinging to our clothes and hair. Noah was visibly pale, clutching a bottle of water like a lifeline. When we finally pulled over near a designated, though utterly deserted, camping area a few hundred yards from the shoreline, stepping out of the car felt like walking into a physical wall of heat and stink. The air was thick, hazy, shimmering even with heat waves that distorted the horizon. The silence was profound, broken only by the incessant, high-pitched buzzing of unseen insects and the crunch of our boots on the dry, cracked earth. The ground wasn't sand, not really, but a bizarre mixture of salt crust, desiccated fish bones, and dark, sulfurous mud. The sea itself was a vast, metallic sheet under the merciless sun, unnaturally still. No waves lapped the shore, only a scum of greenish, brown algae clinging to the edges. And the shore of it wasn't the picturesque beach Liam might have envisioned. It was a graveyard. Millions upon millions of tiny fish skeletons and barnacle shells formed brittle, white drifts stretching as far as the eye could see. The smell was overpowering here, a gut-wrenching miasma of decay. Charming, Chloe muttered, pulling her bandana up over her nose and mouth. Liam, however, seemed strangely energized, already pulling out his camera. Isn't it incredible? Look at the textures, the desolation! Noah just shook his head, looking miserable. I don't feel right here, guys. This place, it feels wrong. We dismissed his concerns as heat stroke and nerves, a mistake that haunts me. We set up our tents on a slightly raised patch of ground, the fabric already feeling hot to the touch. The simple act of hammering in tent pegs left us sweating and breathless. As we worked, something peculiar happened. A thud. Soft, but distinct in the oppressive silence. We looked around confused. Then another thud closer this time. Liam pointed towards the hazy sky. A small bird, maybe a sparrow or a finch, was spiraling downwards, wings fluttering uselessly. It hit the cracked earth not 20 feet from us with a sickening little crunch. Before we could react, another fell, and then another. They weren't flying into anything. They were simply dropping out of the sky like stones, dead before they hit the ground. Within minutes, a dozen small avian corpses littered the area around our campsite. Chloe stared, her skepticism momentarily shattered. What the hell is that? Is it the air? Must be. Liam said, though his voice lacked conviction. He nudged one of the birds with his boot. It was limp, lifeless. Toxic fumes, maybe. Hydrogen sulfide. Noah looked like he was about to be sick. I told you this place felt wrong. Birds don't just fall out of the sky. We try to rationalize it. The heat, the toxic gases rising from the sea, it had to be an environmental anomaly. A known hazard of the area we'd simply underestimated. Yet, the sheer randomness of it, the silent, sudden plummet from the empty blue, felt deeply unnatural. It was an omen, a stark warning whispered by the dying land itself, but we were too invested, too determined to see our flawed adventure through. We cleaned up the small bodies, bagging them grimly, the stench of decay now mingling with the faint, coppery smell of fresh death. The mood had shifted irrevocably. The initial excitement was gone, replaced by a brittle tension, an unspoken layer of fear beneath the desert heat. After forcing down some lukewarm sandwiches, the silence stretching uncomfortably between us, Liam suggested a walk along the shore. Let's get the lay of the land, he said, trying to recapture his earlier enthusiasm. Maybe find some cool photo spots. Chloe reluctantly agreed, probably figuring it was better than sitting in the oppressive heat by the tents. Noel flat out refused, opting to stay behind, huddled in the shade of the SUV. So, it was just the three of us, Liam, Chloe, and I venturing closer to the dead sea under the malevolent afternoon sun. We walked carefully over the treacherous ground, the crunch of bones and shells underfoot a constant, morbid soundtrack. The air shimmered. The silence pressed in. Miles of desolate shoreline stretched in either direction, a panorama of white bones, cracked mud, and the sickly green edge of the water. There was nothing, no boats, no buildings, no other people. Just us in the vast, dead emptiness. And then we saw it. At first, it was just a shape in the distance, distorted by the heat haze rising from the shore. It was too regular, too out of place in the natural chaos of the dead landscape. As we got closer, the shape resolved itself, and a cold dread, entirely separate from the heat, began to prickle at the back of my neck. It was a rocking horse. A child's wooden rocking horse, standing alone on the crusty, bone-littered shore. It wasn't new, its paint faded and peeling, the wood weathered gray and splintered, like driftwood spat out by a less toxic sea. One of its button eyes was missing, leaving a dark, empty socket. It stood maybe 50 yards from the water's edge, surrounded by nothing but the endless expanse of death. That was strange enough. A discarded toy in this wasteland. Unsettling, certainly, but it wasn't the strangest part. It wasn't even the scariest part. The horse was rocking. Slowly, rhythmically back and forth, back and forth. A gentle, hypnotic motion. We stopped dead, staring. My breath hitched. Clue let out a small, choke gasp. Liam lowered his camera, his face a mask of disbelief. There was no wind. Not a breath of air stirred the thick, full atmosphere. The heat haze shimmered, but nothing else moved. The sea was glass. The sky was still. Yet, the horse rocked on, its worn wooden runners scraping faintly against the salt and bone beneath it. Back and forth, back and forth. A solitary, impossible motion in the heart of utter desolation. It felt ancient, wrong, a violation of the natural order far more profound than the falling birds or the purposive stench. It felt like a focal point, a dark magnet drawing the wrongness of the place towards itself. And, inexplicably, towards us. The silence stretched thick and heavy as the stinking air, broken only by the faint, rhythmic scrape of weathered wood on bone-dry earth. We stood frozen, maybe 30 feet away, united in a sudden, cold understanding that transcended logic. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. Okay. Liam breathed, his voice tight, trying to inject a note of normalcy that fell utterly flat. Okay, that's weird. Must be some kind of mechanism. Something buried underneath. He took a tentative step forward. Don't, Chloe hissed, grabbing his arm. Her usual pragmatism was visibly cracking, replaced by a wide-eyed apprehension I'd never seen in her before. Liam, no. Look around. There's nothing. No wires, no tracks, no anything. Who would put a rocking horse out here? And make it rock. She was right. The desolation was absolute. The ground around the horse was the same uniform crust of salt mud and skeletal fragments as everywhere else. No disturbance suggested installation. No footprints led to or from it, except for the ones we were now making as Liam, shrugging off Clue's hand with a nervous bravado, cautiously approached. I hung back with Chloe, my heart hammering against my ribs. A primal fear, cold and ancient, whispered that we should run, get back to the car, leave this cursed place immediately. But morbid curiosity, or perhaps the same strange pull that seemed to animate the horse itself, kept me rooted to the spot. Liam circled the rocking horse slowly. Up close, it looked even more pathetic and sinister. The cheap, once bright paint was blistered and peeling, revealing the gray, water-stained wood beneath. The carved mane was chipped, the saddle cracked, and the one remaining button eye seemed to stare blankly, accusingly, out towards the dead sea. The empty socket, dark and rough, felt like a void drawing in the light. He reached out a hesitant hand, then stopped inches from the rocking wood. It's just rocking, he murmured, as if trying to convince himself. He glanced back at us, seeking reassurance he didn't find in our pale faces. He took a breath and placed his hand firmly on the horse's head, stopping its motion. For a moment, there was silence. Blessed, absolute silence apart from the ever-present buzz of flies. The horse stood still under his hand. Liam let out a shaky laugh. See, just stopped. He took his hand away. Instantly, without pause or preamble, the horse resumed its slow, deliberate rocking. Scrape, 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 scrape. Exactly as before. Liam flinched back as if burned. Okay, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Okay, that's not normal. He knelt, peering intently at the ground beneath the runners, patting the cracked earth. There's nothing here. No springs, no magnets. Nothing. Chloe pulled at his arm again, stronger this time. Liam, let's go. This place is bad. Noah was right. This time, Liam didn't resist. He scrambled to his feet, casting one last horrified look at the perpetually rocking horse, and practically ran back towards us. None of us looked back as we retreated, crunching hastily over the bone-littered shore. The smallest noises, the sound of the rhythmic scraping seeming to follow us, impossibly loud in the stillness. It felt like a heartbeat, the slow, steady pulse of whatever malevolent consciousness resided here. The walk back to the campsite felt longer, the air thicker, the silence more menacing. Did the shadows stretch unnaturally long? Was that a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, I couldn't be sure. Fear sharpened some senses while dulling others, painting the world in paranoid hues. Liam was silent, his face grim. Clue kept glancing nervously over her shoulder, her hand never straying far from the multi-tool on her belt, as if a small blade could ward off whatever this was. We found Noah huddled by the SUV, his face buried in his hands. He looked up as we approached, his eyes bloodshot and wide with terror. "Did you hear it?" He whispered, his voice hoarse. "Hear what?" "The horse," Liam asked, exchanging an uneasy look with Chloe and me. Noah shook his head frantically. "No, not just the horse." The laughing, high-pitched like a little kid, but nasty. It came from over there. He pointed a trembling finger towards the shore. "The whole time you were gone. And the rocking." I heard the rocking sound too, faint but constant, non-stop. We stared at him. We'd been a fair distance away, and the scraping sound, while airy, hadn't seemed that loud. And we certainly hadn't heard any laughter. "No, maybe it was the heat getting to you," Shlu suggested gently, though her own fear undermined her words. "There was no one else out there. I heard it," he insisted, tears welling in his eyes. "It was real. This place is haunted, Chloe. It's evil." His panic was infectious. The last vestiges of Lime's adventurous facade crumbled. Okay. Let's pack up. We can go. Find a modal somewhere else. This was a bad idea. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. Yes, leave. Now. Forget the camping, forget the adventure. Just get away from the smell. The dead birds, the impossible rocking horse, and the sound of laughter only Noah could hear. We started packing with frantic energy, throwing gear haphazardly into bags, smallest noises, not bothering to fold the tents neatly. The sun was beginning to dip towards the horizon, painting the hazy sky in lurid shades of orange and purple, colors that felt less beautiful and more apocalyptic. The temperature dropped slightly, but the air remained thick, stagnant. And then another bird fell silently from the sky, landing near Chloe's foot. She screamed, stumbling back. It felt like the place was actively resisting our departure. Liam fumbled with his keys, his hands shaking. He jammed the key into the ignition of the SUV, turned it. Click. Where? Click. Nothing. The engine didn't even try to turn over. Just a pathetic series of clicks from the starter motor. "No." Liam breathed. No. He tried again. Click. "Where?" "Silence the battery." "It can't be dead. It was fine." He popped the hood, staring helplessly at the engine block as if expecting answers. Chloe shone her flashlight beam inside. Everything looked normal. No corrosion on the terminals, no obvious loose wires. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. We were stranded in this desolate wasteland with night falling, miles from anywhere, with a dead car and something else. Something that made horses rock and children laugh where none existed. As dusk deepened into true night, the oppressive silence returned, but now it felt different. Charged. Expectant, we built a small campfire, the flames casting flickering, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with unnatural life. Every crackle of the wood made us jump. Our flashlights, even with fresh batteries, seemed dimmer than they should be, their beams struggling to pierce the thick darkness beyond our small circle of light. My phone, predictably, had shown no service since we arrived, but now Liam's satellite messenger, our emergency backup, also refused to connect, its screen displaying only a persistent searching for signal. Error. We sat huddled together, the earlier arguments forgotten, replaced by a shared, gnawing fear. And then we heard it. Faintly at first, carried on the still night air. Scrape, scrape. Scrape, scrape. It was the sound of the rocking horse. From the shore, hundreds of yards away. Impossible to hear over that distance, surely. Yet, there it was. A soft, rhythmic sound drilling into the silence. Noises. Into our minds. Noah started whimpering, rocking back and forth slightly, mimicking the sound that haunted the darkness. "It knows we're here," he whispered, the smallest noises. "It's watching us." Liam gripped his flashlight like a weapon, peering into the oppressive blackness towards the unseen sea. I nervously checked the primitive camp, fences we hadn't bothered to set up properly, a flimsy perimeter of rope we now wished was an electric fence. Suddenly, the sound changed. It wasn't just the scraping anymore. Intermingled with it, faint but growing steadily louder, was another sound. A sound that chilled me to the bone, far colder than the desert night air. Giggling, a child's giggle. High, pitched, echoing, and utterly devoid of mirth. It sounded distorted, malicious, weaving in and out of the rhythmic scraping. It wasn't coming solely from the shore anymore. It sounded much closer, as if whatever was tied to that horse was no longer content to stay by the dead water's edge, as if it was coming for us. I scrambled back towards the dying fire, my eyes wide, searching the impenetrable darkness just beyond the feeble glow of our flashlights. The scraping sounds seemed to be coming from multiple directions now, echoing unnaturally, confusing our senses. Then, Chloe gasped, pointing a trembling finger towards the edge of our campsite, near where we'd piled our supplies. Caught in the wavering beam of her flashlight, pressed into the fine, powdery dust near our water container, was a single, small footprint. Barefoot, child-sized, perfectly formed. A print that hadn't been there minutes before. A print from someone or something that had crept silently into our camp while we were paralyzed by the sounds in the dark. The giggling intensified, seeming to swirl around us now, right outside the firelight. The scraping sound stopped, and a new sound began, a soft, deliberate thump right outside our tent. The soft thump against the tent fabric might as well have been a gunshot in the thick, expectant silence. We froze, eyes wide in the flickering, inadequate firelight, straining to hear over the frantic pounding of our own blood. The malicious giggling abruptly stopped, replaced by a heavy, pressing quiet that felt infinitely more threatening. It was the silence of a predator that knows its prey is cornered. What was that? Clue whispered, her voice barely audible, trembling. She had her multi-tool out, the small blade extended, looking utterly useless against the vast, encroaching darkness. Liam, pale but driven by a surge of adrenaline or perhaps sheer terror, crept towards the tent nearest the sound. He held his flashlight beam forward like a sword, cutting a shaky path through the gloom. He reached the tent flap, hesitated for a heart-stopping second, then yanked it open. The beam illuminated the empty interior of the small nylon dome. Nothing, just sleeping bags and discarded water bottles. Liam swept the light around the outside. Nothing, the Smalleyses. He lowered the flashlight slightly, relief warring with confusion on his face, and then the beam caught it. Lying just inside the tent entrance, nestled against a sleeping bag as if placed there deliberately, was a single, round, dark object. It was a wooden button eye, identical to the one the rocking horse possessed, looking incongruously solid and real amidst the fabric and dust. As Liam stared at it, a new sound began, chillingly close. Not the scraping this time, but a soft, rhythmic creaking. It seemed to emanate from inside the tent Liam was peering into, perhaps the one beside it. Like wood under gentle pressure. Like a child's toy rocking slowly in the dark. Noah let out a strangled sob. "It's here! It followed us! The horse girl!" He scrambled backwards away from the tents, tripping over a log near the fire pit. The creaking intensified, accompanied now by low, guttural whispers that seemed to slither out of the darkness from all sides. They weren't words, not quite, but sibilant sounds that scraped at the nerves, promising violence. The air grew perceptibly colder, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the lingering desert heat radiating from the ground. The campfire flickered violently, casting our shadows long and distorted, making them dance like specters at the edge of our vision. Then, with a sudden whoosh, the fire died. Not gradually, but instantly, as if snuffed out by an invisible hand. We were plunged into near absolute darkness, broken only by the weak, wavering beams of our flashlights in the cold, distant light of the stars overhead, which seemed impossibly far away, offering no comfort. Panic erupted. Chloe screamed. Liam cursed, swinging his flashlight beam wildly. Noah was openly weeping now, babbling incoherently. "She wants to play! Empty eyes!" Always rocking wants us to rock too. The whispers grew louder, closer. I could feel a freezing cold presence brush past my arm, raising the hairs there. Something skittered near my feet. I kicked out blindly, hitting only air. Pebbles and clumps of dried mud began pelting us from the darkness. thrown by unseen hands. The rhythmic creaking sound was everywhere now, inside our heads, a maddening pulse accompanying the whispers and Noah's terrified cries. "We have to get to the car!" Liam yelled, trying to assert control over a situation spiraling into utter chaos. "Maybe it'll start now! Everyone stick together!" But sticking together was impossible in the disorienting darkness, under the assault of sound and unseen projectiles. I saw Chloe trying to pull Noah towards the SUV, but he fought against her, clawing at his own face, screaming, "Can't leave! She'll follow!" Have to play the game. Suddenly, Noah wrenched himself free from Chloe's grasp and bolted, but he didn't run towards the car or back towards the road. He ran straight into the oppressive towards the shore, towards the source of the original horror, shrieking, "I'll rock! I'll play with you! Take me! No! No!" Cholo screamed, plunging into the darkness after him, her flashlight beam bobbing frantically. "Chloe, wait!" Liam yelled, but she was gone, swallowed by the night. We heard her desperate calls, "No! No! Come back!" growing fainter. Then, abruptly, her calls cut off, replaced by a single, blood-curdling scream that echoed across the dead landscape before being abruptly silenced, followed by a burst of high-pitched, triumphant giggling that seemed to come from right where her scream had ended. Liam and I stood frozen in horror, the weak beams of our flashlights crossing in the suffocating dark. Chloe was gone. Noah was gone. The whispers intensified around us, cold breath on the back of my neck, promising we were next. The deadly mistake wasn't just coming here. It was thinking we could leave. It was disturbing this place. It was acknowledging the horse, giving its presence power. Whatever entity resided here, tied to that cursed toy and the Salton Sea's toxic decay, didn't just want to scare us. It wanted to claim us. "Run," Liam croaked, his voice raspy with terror. He grabbed my arm, yanking me away from the dead campfire, away from the haunted tents, away from the spot where Clue's scream still hung in the air. "Run, Isabella! Towards the road! Don't look back!" We ran. Blindly, stumbling over the uneven ground, thorny bushes tearing at our clothes and skin. The sounds pursued us, the whispers, the mocking giggles, the phantom creaking that seemed to pace us just beyond the reach of our frantic flashlight beams. I risked a glance back once, saw only impenetrable darkness where our camp had been, but felt, with sickening certainty, unseen eyes watching our flight. Liam was faster, stronger, pulling me along. But the terror lent me speed I didn't know I possessed. We crashed through the scrub, branches whipping our faces, the stench of the sea filling our lungs. How long we ran, I don't know. It felt like an eternity, trapped in a nightmare landscape under a hostile sky. Then Liam tripped. He went down hard with a sharp cry of pain. His flashlight skittered away, its beam spinning crazily before extinguishing against a rock. "My ankle!" he gasped, clutching it. "I think it's broken." The giggling sounded closer now, right behind us. I tried to pull him up, but he cried out again, unable to put weight on his foot. "Go!" He choked out, shoving me away. "Isabella, run! Get out of here! Tell someone!" Tears streamed down my face, mixing with sweat and dirt. Leave him. After Noah. After Chloe. But the freezing cold presence was palpable now, pressing in. The whispers slithered around his name. "Lee, I am. G.O." He screamed, his face contorted in terror and pain. And I did. I ran. I abandoned him to the darkness, to the giggling entity that haunted the shores of the Salton Sea, the smallest noises. The guilt is a physical weight I carry every second, but in that moment, primal survival instinct took over. I ran, sobbing, not daring to look back, expecting icy fingers on my shoulder at any moment. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed, until the sounds behind me faded, or perhaps were merely drowned out by the roar of blood in my ears. I don't know how I reached the road. It wasn't the main highway, but a cracked, desolate asphalt track, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom. I collapsed onto the rough shoulder, gasping, shaking uncontrollably, expecting something to emerge from the desert scrub at any second. But nothing came. As the first weak light of dawn began to stain the eastern sky, painting the Dead Sea in hues of gray and bruised purple, an almost unnatural stillness fell. Hours later, a utility truck found me, The smallest noise, the driver, bewildered, saw a young woman huddled by the roadside, incoherent, covered in scratches, babbling about rocking horses and falling birds and laughter in the dark. He called the authorities. The official story is tragically mundane. 4 young campers, ill-prepared for the harsh desert environment. One's mech found dehydrated and suffering from exposure. 3 missing, presumed lost in the vast wilderness, likely succumbed to the elements. Searches were conducted, of course. They found our campsite. The tents were disturbed, supplies scattered, attributed to animal activity or wind. They found Liam's SUV. The battery was dead, they said, easily explained by the heat or leaving a light on. They found no sign of Liam, clue or no. No footprints other than our own and the search teams. They didn't find a rocking horse. When I frantically described it, pointing towards the shore, they saw nothing but the endless white expanse of bones and salt. Just another hallucination brought on by heat stroke and dehydration, they concluded gently, patting my hand. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I carry the salton sea inside me now, the stench of decay, the oppressive silence, the memory of falling birds, the chilling sound of that giggling, and the endless, rhythmic scraping of a rocking horse that exists solely, perhaps, for those unfortunate enough to stumble into its desolate domain. My name is Isabella. I survived, but the guilt and the terror are my constant companions. I wake up smelling phantom rot, hearing phantom giggles. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I think I hear a faint creaking sound from the corner of my room. Don't go to the Salton Sea. Don't seek out its morbid beauty. Some places are left to decay for a reason. Some places hold on to their misery, breeding horrors in the silence and the stink. Some places demand a price for trespassing. Our camping trip was a deadly mistake, bear even the smallest noises. One that cost me everything I held dear and left me forever listening for the sound of rocking in the dark. My name is Mason. Or, well, it was. Sometimes it feels like the man who walked to Mendocino National Forest 3 weeks ago isn't the same one huddled here now, typing this out with trembling fingers under the weak glow of a dying laptop battery. Maybe he died out there amongst the pines and shadows. Maybe he was replaced. All I know for sure is that I went camping looking for peace, for a reset button on a life that felt increasingly frayed around the edges. And what I found instead, well, it fractured something deep inside me, something I don't think will ever truly heal. For as long as I can remember, the wilderness has been my sanctuary. The city, with its relentless noise, the smallest noises, crushing crowds and artificial light, always felt like a cage. Out in the woods, under a canopy of stars unfiltered by smog, surrounded by the ancient rhythm of nature, that's where I felt most alive, most myself. I grew up hiking the trails near my suburban home, graduating to backpacking trips in the Sierras during college. The smell of pine needles and damp earth, the crackle of a campfire, the vast, humbling silence, these were my touchstones. So, the smallest noises, when things started to unravel, the layoff from a job I'd poured years into, the messy of a long-term relationship, the general sense of adrift purposelessness that settled over me like a shroud, my first instinct was to escape, to run to the wild. Mendocino National Forest seemed perfect. Vast, rugged, less crowded than Yosemite or Big Sur, it promised the kind of profound isolation I craved. Nearly 1 million acres of steep mountains, forested canyons, and winding rivers straddling the northern coast ranges of California. It felt remote enough, untamed enough, to swallow my anxieties whole. I spent weeks poring over maps, choosing a spot deep in the backcountry, far from established campgrounds and ranger stations. A little clearing near a seasonal creek, I found marked on a topographical survey, accessible only by a barely there fire road and a final, challenging hike. The kind of place where you could go days without seeing another soul. Exactly what I thought I needed. Packing felt like a ritual, a reclaiming of control. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, water filter, dehydrated meals, the familiar checklist. But this time, I added something new, a set of motion-activated game cameras. 4 of them, small, weatherproof units I'd bought online. My reasoning, I told myself, was simple curiosity. I love the idea of capturing candid moments of the forest's hidden life, a blackled deer stepping delicately through the undergrowth at dawn, a curious raccoon inspecting my camp, maybe even a shy black bear lumbering past. There was perhaps another layer to it, a subconscious flicker of unease about being so utterly alone in such a vast wilderness, a desire for silent sentinels, watching while I slept. I dismissed the thought as paranoia, a city dweller's lingering fear of the dark. The drive up was long, even the smallest noises, the air growing cooler and cleaner as I climbed out of the Central Valley heat. The paved highway gave way to gravel roads, which then dissolved into the rutted dirt track that tested my old SUV's suspension. Finally, I parked where the track became impassable, shouldered my pack, and started hiking. The air was thick with the scent of dust and sun-baked pine. The silence pressed in, broken only by the crunch of my boots, the buzz of insects, and the occasional call of a Steller's jay. It took nearly 3 hours of strenuous hiking, consulting my map and compass frequently, to reach the clearing. It was beautiful, almost exactly as I'd pictured it. A small, relatively flat area carpeted with dry grass and pine needles, sheltered by towering ponderosa pines and Douglas firs. The creek, as expected this late in the season, was just a trickle weaving smooth stones, but the sound was soothing. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This was it. This was the place I could finally breathe. Setting up camp was a familiar, comforting routine. I pitched my small, two-person tent near the center of the clearing, angled to catch the morning sun. I arranged my cooking gear near a cluster of rocks that would serve as a fire pit later. Then, I took out the game cameras. I spent a good hour positioning them strategically around the perimeter of the clearing, strapping them to sturdy tree trunks about 4 feet off the ground. One faced the faint animal trail leading towards the creek. Another watched the approach from the direction I'd hiked in. The third covered the dense thicket on the opposite side of the clearing. The fourth, almost as an afterthought, aimed towards my tent itself, capturing the entrance in the area immediately in front of it. I checked the batteries, ensured the SD cards were slotted in correctly, and switched them all to active. Tiny red lights blinked momentarily before fading. My electronic eyes were open. As dusk began to settle, I could hear the smallest noises, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple above the dark silhouette of the ridges. I built a small fire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows that elongated the trees and made the surrounding woods seem deeper, more mysterious. I cooked my simple meal, the familiar comfort of hot food and the warmth of the fire soothing my nerves. The sounds of the forest changed as night fell. The daytime birdsong gave way to the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, and rustles in the underbrush that were probably just small critters foraging. Probably. Yet, as the last light faded and the stars began to blaze with an intensity you never see in the city, a subtle tension crept in. The silence felt different now, heavier, more watchful. Every snap of a twig, every sight of the wind through the pines, seemed amplified. I found myself scanning the tree line, peering into the impenetrable darkness beyond the firelight's reach. Was it a pair of eyes reflecting the flames, or just dew on leaves? Was that rustling louder than a squirrel should be? I told myself it was just my imagination, the natural consequence of isolation playing tricks on an overstressed mind. I banked the fire, zipped myself into the tent, and crawled into my sleeping bag, trying to focus on the familiar sounds, the comforting weight of the bag, the rough texture of the nylon tent fabric against my cheek. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful, punctuated by dreams I couldn't quite recall upon waking, leaving only a residue of vague unease. The first hint that the peace I sought here was already beginning to curdle into something else entirely. The morning couldn't come soon enough. Little did I know what the silent eyes of my cameras had witnessed while I slept. I woke with a start, the pale gray light of dawn filtering through the tent fabric. For a moment, disorientation reigned. Then, the memories of the previous night's unease surfaced, the oppressive silence, the feeling of being watched. the vague, unsettling dreams. I sat up, shaking my head, trying to dispel the lingering shadows. Outside, the forest was waking up. Birds chirped, sunlight speared through the canopy, and the air felt crisp and clean. The anxieties of the night seemed almost foolish in the bright clarity of morning. Just nerves, I told myself. City dweller paranoia amplified by isolation. Still, a sliver of that unease remained. A tiny hook snagged somewhere deep in my gut. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and oatmeal, eaten while consciously admiring the tranquil beauty of the sun-dappled clearing, I decided to check the game cameras. Mostly it was to reinforce the normalcy I craved, to see the expected deer or raccoons and laugh off my nighttime fears. Retrieving the SD cards became a small mission, a purposeful task to occupy my mind. I unstrapped the first camera, the one overlooking the faint trail towards the creek. Back at my makeshift camp table, I slotted the card into my portable laptop. The footage flickered to life anew, and her fawn stepping delicately past just after sunrise, their coats gleaming in the early light. Exactly the kind of thing I'd hoped to capture. A small wave of relief washed over me. See. Normal. The second camera, watching the path I'd hiked in on, yielded similar results. A few squirrels chasing each other up a tree trunk, a brief glimpse of a coyote trotting past in the pre-dawn gloom, its eyes reflecting the infrared light. Nothing out of the ordinary. The third camera, aimed at the dense thicket, showed absolutely nothing for hours on end, just the wind rustling the leaves. My confidence grew. It had just been my imagination running wild. The isolation was getting to me faster than I expected, but I could handle it. Maybe I'd even stay an extra day, now that the initial jitters were settling. Then, I retrieved the card from the fourth camera, the one I'd aimed, almost casually, towards my own tent. Back at the laptop, the smallest noises started clicking through the files. Most were short clips triggered by me moving around before bed, or perhaps just the wind rippling the tent fabric. There was a long stretch of inactivity during the deepest part of the night. My cursor hovered over the next file. The timestamp read 3:33 a.m. A faint prickle ran down my spine. An odd time. I clicked play. The image was grainy, rendered in the monochrome typical of infrared night vision. My tent occupied the center right of the frame, a pale, silent shape. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Just the static image of the tent and the dark, indistinct shapes of the trees behind it. Then, something entered the frame from the left. It moved low to the ground, a blur of rapid, jerky motion. My breath caught in my throat. It was crawling, on all fours, but not like any animal I'd ever seen. Its limbs seemed too long, jointed at unnatural angles. It moved with a horrifying, scuttling speed, its form indistinct and distorted by the low resolution and the speed of its passage. It scrambled directly past the front of my tent, mere feet from where I had been sleeping, oblivious. The movement, it wasn't fluid like a bear or a mountain lion. It was spidery, hesitant yet incredibly fast, like a stop-motion animation creature brought to life, all knees and elbows moving with sickening independence, like a puppet with tangled strings, or, as the thought flashed sickeningly through my mind like a broken spider. Its head, or what I assumed was its head, stayed low, almost scraping the ground, the smallest noises. I couldn't make out any features, no eyes, no face, just a dark, elongated shape. In less than 3 seconds, it had crossed the camera's field of view and disappeared behind the right edge of the frame, melting back in the darkness it came from. The clip ended. Silence. My own ragged breathing filled the void. I stared at the frozen last frame, the empty space where the thing had been. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I clicked play again, and again, and again. Each viewing solidified the horror, stripping away any possibility of misinterpretation. This wasn't deer. It wasn't a bear, or a coyote, or a person crawling. The proportions were wrong, the movement utterly alien. The way its limbs bent backwards, almost it made my stomach churn. 3:03 a.m. The witching hour, some called it. While I slept, and the smoises, that thing had crawled past my shelter. A cold dread far deeper and more primal than the previous night's vague unease seeped into my bones. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use the trackpad. Rational explanations fought for purchase in my mind, but found no hold. A trick of the light, a piece of debris blown by the wind, a bizarrely deformed animal. None of it fit. The footage, blurry as it was, showed something deliberate, something that moved with purpose, however unnatural. Suddenly, the beautiful, tranquil forest transformed. The tall pines no longer felt protective. They felt like cage bars boxing me in. The dappled sunlight seemed sinister, the shadows deeper and more concealing. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call, every snap of a twig now sounded like potential threat. The isolation I had craved felt like a death sentence. I was miles from the nearest road, hours from any semblance of civilization, alone with the knowledge that something monstrous shared these woods with me. My first instinct was to pack, to run, throw everything into my bag, and hike out as fast as my legs could carry me, not stopping until I reached my car, until I was back on paved roads with streetlights and other people. But paralysis held me rooted to the spot. Hiking out now meant spending hours on the trail, vulnerable, exposed. What if it was still out there? What if it was watching me even now? And a small, perverse part of me, the part that reads horror stories and watches scary movies, felt a morbid curiosity. What was it? Could I find any other sign? Hesitantly, heart pounding, I forced myself to walk over to the area in front of the tent where the creature had passed. I scanned the ground, littered with pine needles and dried dirt. Nothing. No tracks, no broken twigs, no sign that anything had disturbed the ground. It was as if the creature had passed like smoke, leaving no trace but the horrifying images burned onto the SD card and into my mind. This lack of physical evidence was almost worse. It made the event feel unreal, dreamlike, yet the footage on my laptop was undeniable proof. The rest of the day passed in a haze of hyper-vigilance and mounting fear. I couldn't relax, couldn't appreciate the wilderness I'd come to embrace. I jumped at every sound, my head constantly swiveling, scanning the tree line. I reinforced my campsite in small, almost ritualistic ways, clearing loose debris from the perimeter, gathering an excessively large pile of firewood. As the afternoon wore on and the sun began its slow descent towards the western ridge, the dread intensified. The prospect of another night in the tent, knowing what lurked in the darkness, was almost unbearable. The temperature started to drop, and the shadows began to lengthen, swallowing the clearing inch by terrifying inch. Night was coming, and I was trapped. The sun finally bled away behind the jagged ridge line, plunging the forest into a rapid, disorienting twilight. I hadn't just gathered firewood, I constructed a pyre. Flames leaped high into the air, pushing back the encroaching darkness, but offering only flimsy psychological comfort. The circle of firelight felt less like a sanctuary and more like a brightly lit stage, exposing me to whatever waited in the blackness beyond. Every crackle from the fire made me jump. Every pop sounded like a footstep. The familiar night sounds of the forest, the owls, the insects, the rustling breeze, were now a terrifying symphony, even the smallest noises, each note potentially heralding the return of the thing from the footage, the broken spider thing. Hours passed. I remained huddled by the fire, clutching a heavy branch I'd sharpened crudely with my knife, my eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of trees surrounding the clearing. Exhaustion warred with adrenaline-fueled terror. My eyelids felt like sandpaper, but sleep was an impossibility. I kept picturing those jerky, unnatural movements, the scuttling form passing mere feet from my head. Was it watching me now? Had it been watching me all day? The thought sent waves of nausea through me. The wind picked up, whispering through the pines, and sometimes I could have sworn I heard other whispers carried on it, sibilant and guttural, just at the edge of hearing. Hallucinations born of fear and fatigue. Or something else. Around what must have been 2 a.m., the cold started to bite deep despite the roaring fire. A bone-chilling dampness crept into the air. My teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Staying out here all night, exposed, seemed increasingly dangerous in its own right, hypothermia a tangible threat. The thin nylon walls of the tent offered pathetic protection, but it was protection nonetheless. At least, it felt like hiding. With trembling hands and a heart full of dread, I scattered the embers of the fire, doused it reluctantly with water, plunging the campsite into near, total darkness relieved only by faint starlight. Then, moving quickly, never turning my back on the woods for more than a second, I scrambled into the tent and zipped it shut, the sound deafeningly loud in the sudden quiet. Inside, the darkness was absolute. My breathing sounded harsh and panicked in the confined space. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, knife clutched tight in my sweaty palm, straining my ears to catch any sound over the frantic thumping in my chest. For a long time, there was nothing but the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. Maybe it wouldn't come back. Maybe it was just passing through. Maybe I was safe. Then I heard it. A faint scritching sound, like claws on dry leaves, but lighter, more delicate. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the thicket. I held my breath, listening. Silence, had I imagined it. Then, scritch, scratch, drag. Closer this time. It wasn't the sound of a deer or a raccoon. It was furtive, hesitant, the sound of something trying not to be heard. My blood ran cold. It was circling the tent. Slowly, deliberately. I could hear faint, irregular thuds against the ground, like something heavy yet awkward was moving out there, limbs hitting the earth out of sync. The broken spider. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to go away, wishing I'd never come here, never left the city, never seen that cursed footage. A shadow fell across the side of the tent, momentarily blocking the faint starlight filtering through the fabric. It was huge, misshapen. Something brushed against the nylon, right beside my head. A soft, dragging sound. I flinched violently, scrambling backwards into the far corner of the small tent, stifling a scream. Was it sniffing? Trying to find a way in. Silence again. An agonizing, drawn-out silence that stretched for minutes, or maybe hours. I lost all track of time. My entire being was focused on listening, waiting for the next sound, the next touch. It didn't come, but the presence remained. I could feel it, a palpable weight of ancient malice pressing in from the darkness just outside the thin fabric wall. It knew I was inside. It was waiting. Or maybe it was studying me. The thought was somehow worse than a direct attack. I don't know if I passed out from fear or sheer exhaustion, but the next thing I knew, the first hints of gray dawn were painting the eastern sky. Hope surged through me, sharp and desperate. Daylight. Safety. Without a second thought, I scrambled out of the tent, knife still in hand. The clearing was empty, dew sparkling on the grass, looking deceptively peaceful. But I didn't stop to look for tracks. Didn't pause to think. I grabbed my backpack, which thankfully I kept packed near the tent entrance, leaving everything else, the tent, the sleeping bag, the cooking gear, the laptop with its horrifying footage still loaded behind. I ran. I crashed through the underbrush, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes, following the faint trail back the way I'd come. Every shadow seemed to leap out at me. Every creak of a branch sounded like pursuit. I didn't dare look back, convinced that the moment I did, I'd see it scuttling behind me, gaining ground with that unnatural, jerky gait. The 3-hour hike in became a frantic, lung-bursting scramble that felt like it lasted an eternity. Thorns ripped my skin, my lungs burned, and terror propelled me forward with a strength I didn't know I possessed. When I finally burst out of the tree line and sand my dusty SUV parked where the fire road ended, I almost collapsed with relief. Fumbling with keys, I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turning over was the sweetest sound I never heard. I slammed the car into reverse, spun around, and sped down the rutted track, bouncing violently, not caring about the suspension, only about putting distance between myself and that clearing, that forest. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main highway, until I saw other cars, gas stations, the ugly, beautiful signs of civilization. Only then did I pull over, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face, tears of relief, terror, and a grief I couldn't name. It's been 3 weeks. I'm back in the city, surrounded by noise and people, but the fear lingers. I sleep with the lights on, jumping at every unexpected sound. I haven't been able to bring myself to go back to retrieve my gear or the laptop. Part of me wants the footage, proof that I wasn't hallucinating. But a larger part is terrified of confirming its reality, terrified of what else might be on those SD cards, terrified of drawing its attention again. Did I imagine the whispers on the wind, the brush against the tent, or was it toying with me? I tried telling a friend, stumbling over the words, describing the footage, the sounds. He looked at me with pity, suggested I see someone, talked about stress and isolation. No one believes me. Without the footage, it's just a story. A crazy camping story. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That trip wasn't just a mistake. It was a glimpse into a reality lurking just beyond the veil of the world we think we know. Something ancient and wrong inhabits those deep woods. I went seeking peace, but I found a sliver of madness instead. I escaped Mendocino, but I don't think I'll ever truly be free of the thing that moves like a broken spider in the dark hours of the morning. Sometimes late at night, when the city quiets down, I think I hear a faint scratching outside my window. My camping trip in California, it wasn't just a deadly mistake. I think it might have been an invitation, and I'm terrified it's waiting for me to RSVP. My name is Ava. Looking back now, it feels like recounting a nightmare. Something fragmented and unreal that logic dictates couldn't possibly have happened. But the scars aren't just mental. The faint, silvery lines on my arms where rock tore skin, the persistent tremor in my left hand, when I get too cold or too scared, those are real. And the memories, sharp and terrifyingly clear despite the suffocating darkness that defined them, are the most real things of all. They remind me every day of the mistake we made, even the smallest noises, the casual curiosity that led us into the Earth's maw and introduced us to something ancient and hungry. It happened last autumn, during what was supposed to be an idyllic camping trip near Mount Lassen Volcanic National Park in Northern California. There were 4 of us. Me, my boyfriend Liam, our mutual friend Chloe, and her cousin Ben. Liam was the steady one, the anchor. Always calm, always prepared, the kind of guy who reads the entire manual before assembling furniture. He was my rock, then and now, though the now is fractured. Chloe was the enthusiast, the engine of the trip. She was a geology nut, borderline obsessed with volcanic landscapes. Lassen was her pilgrimage site, and she'd spent months planning routes, researching geological features, and hyping us up about the otherworldly beauty of the place. Ben was Ben. Cynical, easily bored. The smallest noises. Perpetually glued his phone unless explicitly forced not to be. He'd mostly come along because Clue had guilted him into it, promising decent Wi-Fi spots near the main visitor center, a promise she knew was shaky at best. Still, his presence initially added a layer of sarcastic humor that kept things light. We needed that lightness before everything went dark. The first couple of days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Crisp, pine-scented air, skies so blue they hurt your eyes, and the rugged, imposing presence of Lassen Peak dominating the horizon. We hiked trails that wound through meadows dotted with late-season wildflowers and past bubbling mud pots and steaming fumaroles that stank satisfyingly of sulfur. Clue was in her element, excitedly pointing out different types of volcanic rock, explaining the pyroclastic flows that shaped the landscape millennia ago. Liam was content just being outdoors, taking photos, holding my hand. Even Ben seemed marginally impressed, or at least less complain why than usual, especially after we found a spot with a couple of bars of cell signal. We set up our tents in a designated campground, but the real draw for Chloe, the centerpiece of her plan, was exploring one of the nearby lava tubes, the smallest noises. She pinpointed a specific one, not one of the easily accessible, paved path tourist attractions, but a wilder, less documented cave system mentioned in some old geological survey maps she'd unearthed online. Subway Cave is for amateurs, she declared proudly, spreading the worn map on the picnic table. This one, the locals just call it the Serpent's Gut apparently. Hardly anyone goes there. Imagine what we might find. Her eyes gleamed with the thrill of discovery. Liam, ever cautious, had raised concerns. Are we sure it's safe, Chloe? Wild caves, lava too best that can be unstable. And what about getting lost? Chillo had waved his worries away with practiced ease. Relax, Liam! I've got GPS coordinates, multiple light sources, helmets, the works. Lava tubes are generally pretty stable structures once they've cooled. It'll be an adventure. Ben just shrugged, more interested in whether his portable charger was full. I found myself caught between Liam's sensible caution and Clue's infectious excitement. The idea of venturing into the earth, into a tunnel forged by molten rock, felt primal and thrilling. A little dangerous, maybe, but the kind of danger that makes you feel alive. A foolish thought, in retrospect. The entrance wasn't obvious. We had to hike off trail for about an hour, guided by Schlu's GPS, pushing through scratchy manzanita bushes and over a Nevin volcanic scree. Finally, she pointed to a dark depression at the base of a rocky outcrop, partially hidden by low-growing shrubs. This is it, she breathed, her voice hushed with reverence. The air flowing out of the opening was noticeably cooler, carrying a damp, earthy smell unlike the dry pine forest around us. It was less a grand cave entrance and more like a wound in the hillside. We geared up. Helmets on, headlamps tested. Chalo handed out high-powered flashlights as backups. Rule number 1, she instructed, her tone suddenly serious. Stay together. Rule number 2, watch your footing. Rule number 3, conserve your main light, use the headlamp mostly. And rule number 4, if you feel weird, say something. Liam double-checked his pack, extra batteries, water, first aid kit. Ben grumbled about the helmet messing up his hair but put it on anyway. I took a deep breath, the cool, subterranean air sending a shiver down my spine that wasn't entirely unpleasant. Chloe led the way, ducking under the low overhang. The transition was immediate. Sunlight vanished, replaced by the narrow beams of our lights cutting through an absolute, profound blackness. The temperature dropped significantly. The muffled sounds of the forest faded, replaced by the dominant sounds of ourselves, our breathing, the crunch of our boots on the gritty floor, the faint drip of water somewhere deeper inside. The lava tube wasn't a smooth tunnel. The walls were rough, undulating, with strange formations like hardened drips and ripples of rock. It felt organic, like the inside of some colossal, petrified beast. Chloe was ecstatic, pointing out lava stalactites and explaining flow patterns, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. We moved deeper. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes opening into slightly larger chambers, sometimes narrowing so we had to walk single file. Our headlamp beams danced on the walls, revealing textures and shadows that played tricks on the eyes. It was awe-inspiring, but a subtle unease began to creep into me. The silence between Chloe's explanations felt heavy, expectant. The darkness beyond our light beams seemed thicker, somehow, more absolute than just the absence of light. I kept glancing behind me, lawless noises, though I knew there was nothing there but the way we'd come. Ben started complaining about the dampness, about how far we'd walked, about the lack of anything interesting besides more rocks. Liam, sensing my slight nervousness, squeezed my hand. Pretty amazing, huh? He whispered, his voice muffled by the acoustics. I nodded, trying to shake off the feeling. It was just a cave, after all. An incredible, natural formation. We reached what Chloe estimated was about half a mile in. The tube opened into a wider cavern, maybe 30 feet across, the ceiling arching high above our heads, lost in the blackness. Strange mineral deposits glittered on the walls where our lights struck them. Chloe wanted to take some readings and photos. Let's just take 5 here, she said, pulling out her camera. Ben immediately leaned against a wall, pulling out his phone, searching futilely for a signal. Liam and I stood near the center, slowly panning our lights around the vast, dark space. That's when it happened. Without warning, without any sound of malfunction, my flashlight flickered once, twice, and died. Huh? I started to say, reaching for my headlamp switch, but before I could finish the thought, Liam's light went out too. Then Clue's. Then Ben's headlamp. Click, click. 4 distinct extinctions of light almost perfectly synchronized, plunging us into a blackness so complete, so sudden, it felt like a physical blow. Panic seized my chest. Okay, not funny, guys. Ben's voice was tight, laced with fear. My headlamp just died too, Chola said, her usual confidence replaced with bewilderment. And my flashlight. Mine too. Liam confirmed, his voice dangerously calm, trying to project reassurance he clearly didn't feel. Everyone stay put. Must be some kind of atmospheric interference. Magnetic anomaly. But the darkness wasn't empty. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was the presence of something else. In that first second of pure, unadulterated black, before our eyes even began the useless attempt to adjust, we heard it. From deeper within the cavern, from the direction we hadn't yet explored, came a sound. A soft, stealthy shuffling, like something heavy being dragged carefully across loose rock. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. And then, layered over it, came another sound. A wet, guttural clicking. Click, click. Click, clack. It echoed slightly in the vast chamber, rhythmic, mawless noises. Deliberate and utterly horrifyingly alien. We stood frozen, enveloped by a darkness more profound than any night sky, listening to the sounds shuffling and clicking their way towards us from the heart of the earth. The adventure was over. The nightmare had just begun. The silence that followed the simultaneous death of our lights was absolute for maybe 3 heartbeats. Then chaos erupted, muffled by the suffocating blanket of blackness. Ben let out a choked gasp that turned into a whimper. No, no, no. Turn them back on. This isn't funny. His voice cracked with rising panic. Everyone stay calm, Liam commanded, his voice tight but trying for authoritative. Backups. Check your pack. I could hear frantic rustling sounds near me as Chilo scrabbled inside her backpack. The faint click-click of a switch being flipped repeatedly, uselessly. Nothing, she stammered, her voice trembling, the geologist's confidence shattered. My spare flashlight is dead too. The batteries were new! How is this possible? My own fingers fumbled for the spare torch clipped to my belt. It was a heavy-duty one Liam had insisted I carry. I thumbed the switch. Nothing. I shook it violently, pointlessly. Dead. Utterly dead. Mine too. I whispered, the words barely audible over the pounding in my ears. Liam cursed under his breath, a low, guttural sound that scared me more than Ben's whining. 4 primary lights, multiple backups, all extinguished in the same instant. It defied logic. It felt deliberate, malignant, and the sounds continued. The shuffling wasn't soft anymore. It was louder, closer, the distinct scrape and drag of something substantial moving across the cavern floor towards us. It sounded heavy, and the clicking. Oh God, the clicking. It was faster now, a wet, complex rhythm like chitinous legs, scrabbling on damp rock, or perhaps, horrifyingly, like enormous mandibles working. Click, clack, chick, clack. It echoed, seeming to come from multiple points in the darkness ahead, confusing our sense of direction, amplifying the terror. Was it one thing, or were there more? What is that? Ben shrieked, his voice pitching higher. Make it stop! Quiet! Liam hissed. Everyone link arms. Now! We need to move back the way we came. Slowly. Hands groped blindly in the darkness. I felt Liam's hand find mine, his grip painfully tight, grounding me for a split second before the sheer terror resurfaced. I reached out with my other hand, brushing against Chloe's arm. She flinched violently before grabbing my hand. We fumbled to connect with Ben, who was hyperventilating now, his breaths coming in ragged, wet gasps. I can't breathing. Ben, grab my hand. Chloe snapped, fear lending her voice a sharp edge. After a moment of desperate reaching, our chain of 4 was complete. A fragile defense against the unseen. Okay, Liam said, his voice strained. Slow steps back. Feel the ground before you put your weight down. Follow me. I think the entrance tunnel was roughly behind us, but moving in absolute darkness is a nightmare. Every sense is distorted. The smooth, cold rock beneath my fingers felt alien. The air was thick, heavy, and carried a new scent. Beneath the damp earthiness, there was a faint, metallic tang, like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something vaguely unpleasant, like stagnant water or decay. And it was cold, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to emanate from the rock itself, chilling us far more than the natural cave temperature should have. We shuffled backwards, a clumsy, terrified centipede. Every tiny pebble underfoot felt like a boulder. Every unevenness in the floor a potential precipice. We bumped into walls we couldn't see, stumbling, regaining balance, clinging to each other. The shuffling and clicking sounds persisted, sometimes seeming to recede slightly, other times surging closer, playing a horrifying game of cat and mouse. Were they flanking us? Circling. The acoustics of the cavern twisted the sounds, making them impossible to pinpoint. Did you feel that? Chloe whispered suddenly, her voice tight with fear. Feel what? Liam asked. Something cold, like air. It brushed my neck. Ben let out another strangled cry. It touched you. Oh God, it touched her. I don't know. Chloe insisted. Maybe it was just a draft, but she didn't finish. None of us believed it was just a draft. The air in the cavern had been still before, heavy and stagnant. We continued our agonizingly slow retreat. Minutes stretched into an eternity, measured only by panicked breaths and the relentless sounds from the darkness ahead. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. A geological phenomenon. Toxic gas affecting our lights and senses. But the sounds were too purposeful, too organic. I pictured monstrous insects, blind cave predators, things that shouldn't exist. Chilo started muttering about extremophiles, creatures living in environments hostile to known life, but her scientific curiosity was drowned by raw fear. Then Ben tripped. He yelped, his weight pulling hard on Clue's arm. The chain broke. We heard him crash heavily onto the rocky floor somewhere to our left. Ben, Chloe screamed, reaching blindly towards the sound. I'm okay, I think, he groaned, his voice thick with pain and terror. My ankle, I think I twisted it. Stay there. Ben, don't move. Liam ordered, but his voice was drowned out by a sudden surge in the clicking sound, now seeming much closer to where Ben had fallen. It was accompanied by a louder, more distinct dragging noise. It's here! It's right here! Ben screamed. A raw sound of pure animal terror that cut through the darkness. Get it off me! GTOF! There was a horrible scuffling sound, the noise of frantic movement on loose rock, and then a sickeningly wet, tearing noise followed by a choked-off gurgle. Then, silence. Absolute, profound silence from Ben's direction. The shuffling and clicking, however, continued, perhaps even louder now, seeming almost satisfied. Chloe called out, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Ben! Answer me. Silence. Ben! Liam roared into the blackness. Only the echo answered, swallowed by the oppressive dark and the relentless click-clack, chick-chick-clack. We stood frozen, the three of us remaining, paralyzed by horror. Ben was gone. Just gone. Taken by whatever lurked in the dark. The reality of it crashed down on me, cold and final. This wasn't just getting lost. We were being hunted. Tears streamed down my face, cold in the icy air. Liam pulled me closer, his arm trembling around my shoulders. Chloe was sobbing quietly, brokenly. Hope, already flickering, felt like it was extinguished as definitively as our flashlights. We were trapped, deep underground, in total darkness, with something monstrous that had just taken one of us. Liam, shaking himself visibly, seemed to gather some last reserve of strength. We have to move. Now. Faster. His voice was horrid slow. Try to remember the way back. Stick to the wall, maybe. He fumbled in his pocket. My lighter, he muttered. Waterproof case, maybe. We heard the faint click of a plastic case opening, then the scrape of a flint wheel against steel. Once. Twice. A third time. A tiny spark flared, catching. A small, wavering flame sprang to life, casting a pathetic, flickering orange glow. It wasn't much, but after the absolute blackness, it was blinding. It illuminated our terrified faces, pale and streaked with dirt and tears. It showed the rough rock walls immediately around us, glistening with moisture. And for one horrifying, eternal second, it illuminated something else. Just at the edge of the flickering light, perhaps 20 feet away, near where Ben had fallen, the flame reflected off a surface that wasn't rock. It was pale, segmented, like oversized, overlapping plates of chitin or fungus, wetly glistening. And below it, multiple, spindly legs or appendages, too many to count in the fleeting glimpse, shifted with that awful shuffling movement. The clicking sounds seemed to emanate directly from it. There was no discernible head or face in the brief, chaotic illumination, just that expanse of pale, segmented body and the cluster of shifting limbs. It was huge, far larger than a man, and it was turning towards the light. Then, with a faint sputter, the lighter flame died, plunging us back into the suffocating, absolute darkness. But the image was burned into my retinas, into my soul. We weren't just being hunted. We were trapped in the lair of something impossible, something ancient and nightmarish, and it knew we were there. The clicking sound started again, louder this time, and much, much closer. The image burned behind my eyelids, pale, wet segments, a nightmare tangle of legs, the suggestion of immense size hidden in the oppressive dark. The lighter flame was gone, but the horror it revealed remained, a visceral certainty that paralyzed me more completely than the darkness itself. We'd seen it, or glimpsed it, an incomplete, terrifying snapshot of the thing that hunted us, the thing that had taken Ben. Beside me, I could hear Kulo's ragged, suppressed sobs, Liam's harsh, sharp breaths. The shuffling and clicking intensified, moving with renewed purpose. No longer stalking, now closing in. The brief flicker of light had sealed our fate, drawing its attention like moths to a doomed flame. Silence stretched for a heartbeat, thick with unspoken terror. Then Liam broke it. His voice was a raw, desperate rasp, stripped of all calmness. "Movi now! Towards Tichy Entrancy! Lift wall! Go!" His hand clamped onto mine like a vice, yanking me forward. I stumbled, nearly falling, my legs leaden with fear. Chloe grabbed Liam's other arm, and we became a three-person engine of pure panic, plunging blindly into the blackness we hoped was the way back. Caution was abandoned. We crashed into unseen walls, the impact jarring my teeth, scraping skin against the rough, cold rock. We tripped over loose stones, scrambling back to our feet without pausing, driven by the horrifying sounds echoing just behind us. The shuffling was faster now, a frantic skittering, punctuated by the relentless, wet click, chack, clack. It felt like it was practically breathing down our necks. "This way," Liam gasped, pulling us sharply left. Following a curve in the tunnel remembered from our entry, how he navigated, I don't know. Instinct, sheer terror sharpening some primal sense of direction, or perhaps just blind luck. Every twist, every turn felt like a gamble. Was this the right way, or were we leading ourselves deeper into the earth's bowels, into the creature's larder? The air remained freezing, thick with metallic, decaying scent. Once, I felt a rush of shockingly cold air whip past my right side, accompanied by a loud scraping sound against the rock wall inches away. I screamed, stumbling again, convinced one of those chitinous legs had lashed out. Liam pulled me upright, never slackening his pace. "Don't stop, Ava! Don't ever stop!" We ran, or rather, we stumbled, scrambled, and half fell our way through the suffocating darkness. My lungs burned, demanding air I couldn't seem to draw enough of. My muscles screamed in protest. Grief for Ben, sharp and sickening, warred with the immediate, overwhelming need to survive. And Kloob, she was still with us, her gasping breaths mirroring mine, her grip on Liam's arm, I assumed, as desperate as mine on his other. We reached a point where the tunnel seemed to widen slightly, the floor becoming treacherously uneven with larger rocks. Liam slowed fractionally, trying to navigate by touch. Careful here, I remember this part. His warning was cut short by a strangled cry from Chloe. It wasn't loud, more a shocked gasp of pain that was abruptly silenced. Simultaneously, the pressure on Liam's other arm vanished. He lurched, thrown off balance. "Chloe," he yelled, his voice cracking. From the darkness right behind us came a sickening, heavy thump, followed by a sound like thick fabric tearing, and a wet, crunchy noise that turned my stomach inside out. The clicking and shuffling intensified into a frenzy for a moment, then abruptly seemed to consolidate, focusing on one spot. "No!" Liam roared, trying to turn back, but I clung to him, pulling him forward. "Liam, we can't!" I sobbed, the words torn from my throat. "We can't go back. It has her. We have to go." The horror of leaving her, the guilt, was a physical blow, but the certainty that stopping meant joining her was stronger. He hesitated for only a fraction of a second, his body trembling with rage and despair, then let me pull him onwards. We ran, leaving Chalo behind in the crushing dark, leaving her to the segmented nightmare. Now it was just the two of us. The sounds behind us lessened slightly, as if the creature was occupied. The thought made me want to vomit. We moved like automatons, driven by nothing but raw survival instinct. My mind felt fractured numb. The only reality was Liam's hand gripping mine, the unseen rock under my stumbling feet, and the lingering echo of clicking in my ears. Time ceased to have meaning. Had we been running for minutes? Hours? Then a subtle shift. The air, still cold, felt different, less stagnant. Was I imagining it? A faint, almost imperceptible current against my face. And the smell beneath the cave damp and the lingering acrid tang was that pine. Dirt. Could it be? Liam, I croaked. Do you feel that? Air, he gasped. It feels like air. Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered within me. We pushed harder, our hands sweeping the left wall. Searching for the final turn, the narrower passage that led to the entrance depression, we crawled through what felt like a lifetime ago. The shuffling sound resumed behind us, faster now, perhaps realizing its prey was nearing escape. It echoed louder in what felt like a slightly narrower tunnel. Here! Liam shouted, his hand catching on a distinctive knob of rock I vaguely remembered Chloe pointing out earlier. This is it! The turn! We scrambled around the corner into the final stretch, and there it was. Not light, not yet, but ahead the impenetrable blackness resolved into a slightly less dense patch of dark gray. The entrance, it was real. Sobbing openly now, relief warring with terror, we flung ourselves towards it. The opening was low, just as we remembered. We practically dove through it, scraping knees and elbows, tumbling out onto the blessed, familiar unevenness of the forest floor outside. We landed in a heap, gasping, coughing, blinking against the dim, late afternoon twilight. The air, smelling of pine needles and dry earth, felt impossibly fresh, impossibly clean. We scrambled away from the dark opening, collapsing against the trunk of a sturdy pine tree a few yards away, clinging to each other, shaking uncontrollably. The forest sounds the sigh of wind through the branches, the distant chirp of a bird rushed back into my awareness, shockingly loud and normal. We looked back at the cave entrance, that unassuming dark slit at the base of the outcrop. Nothing emerged. No sound came from within, except perhaps the faint, imagined echo of wet clicking. We stayed there for I don't know how long, shivering violently despite the relatively mild air, covered in sweat, grime, and tears. Liam had deep scratches on his arms. My own jeans were torn at the knee, revealing bloody scrapes beneath. The relief of escape was immense, but it was poisoned by the crushing weight of what we'd lost, who we'd left behind, Ben and Chloe. Gone. Consumed by the darkness. Getting back to the campsite, and then eventually to civilization, was a blur of shock and exhaustion. We stumbled through the woods as darkness fell, driven by a numb autopilot. When we finally reached a ranger station, our story poured out in a broken, incoherent torrent of terror. They didn't believe us. Not really. Concern, yes. Pity, yes. But belief, no. The official report cited probable disorientation, hypothermia despite the mild weather, possible exposure to unspecified natural gases causing hallucinations, and the tragic consequences of inexperienced hikers exploring an unmarked cave system. They mounted a search, of course. Found our campsite, found the general area we described, but they never found the specific lava tube entrance again. Or if they did, they reported finding nothing unusual. No sign of Ben or Kolo, no trace of any struggle, nothing to corroborate our wild tale. The Serpent's Gut remained just a name on an old map, swallowing its secrets. Liam and I survived. But survival feels like the wrong word. We came back changed, broken. The darkness under Mount Lassen didn't just take Ben and Chloe, it took pieces of us too. Liam, once my steady rock, now has panic attacks, avoids enclosed spaces, the smallest noises, and looks at me sometimes with a haunted emptiness that mirrors my own. Sleep offers little respite for either of us. It's filled with suffocating darkness and the relentless sound of wet clicking. I can't be in true darkness anymore. Even a closed closet door feels threatening. Every shadow seems too deep, Every unexplained noise sounds like shuffling. Every tick of a clock can morph into that hideous click-clack. My camping trip in California wasn't just an adventure gone wrong. It was a deadly mistake, a descent into a primal horror that lingers still. We saw something that shouldn't exist, something ancient and patient, living in the volcanic veins of the earth. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is silent, I wonder, did we truly escape? Or did a piece of that crushing, clicking darkness follow us out into the light? The smallest noises. My name is Jacob. Well, it was Jacob. I'm not entirely sure who or what I am anymore. But let's start at the beginning, before the sand and the salt and the impossible things that crawled out of the Pacific night reshaped my reality. It all started with a need to escape. Life had become a pressure cooker, deadlines stacked like precarious Jenga towers at work. A relationship that had fizzled out, leaving behind the bitter ash of disappointment and the constant humming the smallest anxiety of city life that had burrowed under my skin. I needed silence. I needed space. I needed the raw, untamed beauty of nature to remind me that there was more to existence than spreadsheets and sterile apartment walls. Big Sur had always called to me. I had seen the pictures, even the smallest noises, read the rhapsodic descriptions, the dramatic cliffs plunging into the turquoise chows of the ocean, the redwood forests standing like ancient sentinels, the winding ribbon of Highway 1 clinging precariously to the edge of the continent. It seemed like the perfect antidote to my urban malaise. Not just the scenic overlooks crowded with tourists, though. I wanted something more remote, more elemental. After poring over maps and obscure forums dedicated to backcountry exploration, I found it a small, unnamed cove, accessible only by a treacherous, barely their trail descending from the highway. It promised seclusion, a pristine stretch of sand cradled by towering headlands, supposedly seldom visited. Perfect. I'm not an inexperienced outdoorsman. I've hiked sections of the Appalachian Trail, camped in the Rockies, navigated deserts. I packed meticulously a sturdy one-man tent, sleeping bag rated for coastal nights, a reliable multi-fuel stove, water filter, first aid kit, navigation tools, enough food for 3 days, plus an emergency stash. I even checked the tide charts religiously, a habit ingrained from years of coastal trips. I wasn't looking for trouble, I was looking for peace. The drive down was therapy in itself. Each curve of the highway revealed a vista more breathtaking than the last. The air grew thick with the scent of salt and eucalyptus. Finding the trailhead was tricky, marked only by a small, faded wooden post almost swallowed by overgrown chaparral. Leaving my car parked precariously on the narrow shoulder felt like severing the last tie to the civilized world. The descent was steep, requiring careful footwork and occasional handholds on exposed roots and rocks. The sound of the surf grew louder with each step down, a primal roar that vibrated in my chest. Finally, I emerged onto the beach. It was stunning, exactly as I'd hoped. A crescent of pale sand, perhaps half a mile long, hemmed in by sheer cliffs, dripping with moss, and made-hair ferns on one side, and the vast, churning expanse of the Pacific on the other. And it was utterly deserted. No footprints but the ones I was making, no distant figures, no sign that anyone had been there for weeks. Maybe longer. Just me, the gulls wheeling overhead, and the relentless rhythm of the waves. Setting up camp felt like a ritual. I chose a spot well above the visible high tide line, near the base of the cliff face, but not directly under any overhangs. Tent up, sleeping bag unrolled, stove assembled. As the sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange, pink, and violet, I felt the tension drain out of me, replaced by a profound sense of calm. This was it. This was the escape I needed. I cooked a simple meal, the hiss of the stove momentarily competing with the ocean's roar. Afterward, I sat by my small, crackling driftwood fire, watching the stars emerge one by one in the darkening sky, clearer and brighter than I'd ever seen them in the city. The isolation felt like a warm blanket. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the ceaseless crash and sigh of the waves, and the occasional distant cry of a shorebird. The vastness of it all was humbling, the smallest noises, The sheer power of the ocean, the immovable solidity of the cliffs, the infinite scatter of stars, it made my own worries feel insignificant, microscopic. I eventually let the fire die down to embers, the rhythmic pulse of the surf lulling me towards sleep. I crawled into my tent, zipped it tight against the cool night air, and drifted off easily, cocooned in darkness and the sound of the sea. I woke slowly, not to an alarm, but to a subtle shift in the quality of the light filtering through the tent fabric. Read on. The air was still, cool, and heavy with moisture. The waves sounded different, somehow softer, though more distant. That didn't make sense. I lay there for a moment, collecting myself, savoring the quiet solitude. Then, I unzipped the tent flap, intending to watch the sunrise paint the ocean. What I saw stopped my breath. All around my tent, arranged in a near-perfect circle, were sandcastles. But that word feels laughably inadequate. These weren't the bucket and spade creations of children. These were structures. Intricate, impossibly detailed. Miniature architectural marvels made of sand. They stood about 2 feet high, dozens of them, surrounding my tent like silent, unblinking sentinels. Noises. The style was distinctly Gothic, sharp spires reaching towards the pale dawn sky, delicate flying buttresses, arched windows and doorways carved with terrifying precision. Surfaces adorned with patterns so complex they seemed fractal. Some even had what looked like tiny, luring gargoyles peering down from their sandy ramparts. They looked like miniature cathedrals built by mad, obsessive monks. My first reaction was stunned disbelief, quickly followed by a bewildered chuckle. A prank. It had to be. But who? I hadn't seen another soul. I scrambled out of the tent, my bare feet sinking slightly into the cool, damp sand. I looked around wildly. Nothing. Just the empty beach stretching north and south. The impassive cliffs, the gray, featureless ocean. And then the truly unsettling details began to register, chipping away at the prank theory until it crumbled into dust. There were no footprints. None. Besides my own tracks from the previous evening leading from the trail and around my campsite, the sand was smooth, undisturbed. Whoever, or whatever, had built these intricate structures had left no trace of their passage. It was as if they had materialized out of the air or risen from the sand itself. Then the tide line. How can even the smallest noises? I walked down towards the water, my eyes scanning the wet sand. The highest reach of the overnight tide was clearly visible, a distinct line of dampness and deposited seaweed several yards beyond where the sandcastles stood. They should have been obliterated, or at least heavily damaged. Yet they stood pristine, their delicate spires and intricate carvings untouched by the encroaching water. How was that possible? I knelt beside the nearest castle, peering closely. The detail was breathtaking, defying the very nature of sand. The edges were sharp, the surfaces impossibly smooth in places, unnaturally coarse in others to create texture. I reached out a hesitant finger and touched one of the tiny spires. It was cold, much colder than the surrounding air, and surprisingly firm, almost like sandstone. Yet it crumbled slightly at my touch, revealing ordinary, damp beach sand beneath. A wave of profound unease washed over me, cold and clammy. This wasn't a prank. This was something else. Something impossible. Standing there, alone on that deserted beach, surrounded by a silent circle of Gothic sandcastles that shouldn't exist, the beautiful isolation I had craved suddenly felt terrifyingly hostile. The sound of the waves no longer sounded like a lullaby. It sounded like whispers, ancient and unintelligible. I felt watched. The deadly mistake wasn't choosing Big Sur, it was choosing this beach. And I had the sickening feeling that the night was far from over. The cold dread that had washed over me began to crystallize into something sharper, panic. Standing amidst that silent, impossible ring of Gothic sandcastles, the vastness of the Pacific felt less like freedom and more like an insurmountable barrier. The cliffs behind me, once symbols of nature's grandeur, now seemed like prison walls. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't right. None of it was right. My mind raced, desperately trying to grasp at straws of logic, freak localized weather phenomenon causing strange sand compaction, some bizarre fungal growth mimicking structures. None of it fit. The precision, the Gothic architecture, the complete lack of tracks, the defiance of the tide, reason offered no sanctuary here. I forced myself to walk the perimeter again, slower this time, scanning every square inch of sand around the castles, searching for any minuscule clue I might have missed. A dropped tool, a stray thread, anything. There was nothing. Only the smooth, damp sand, the disturbingly perfect castles, and my own footprints, stark and solitary. The perfection itself felt like a mockery. I needed proof. Evidence. Something tangible to ground me. Or at least something to show someone if I ever got out of here. I fumbled for my smartphone in my pocket, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I raised it, intending to capture the impossible scene. I couldn't even the noises, to document the madness. The screen flickered erratically the moment I aimed it towards the castles. Strange lines of static fractured the image of the sand structures before the screen went completely black. Dead. I stared at it, aghast. It had been fully charged when I went to sleep. I frantically mashed the power button, the side buttons, nothing. Utterly lifeless. The cold dread returned, intensified. It felt deliberate. Whatever force was at play here didn't want to be documented. That was it. Observation time was over. Rationalization was a luxury I couldn't afford. Survival instinct screamed one clear commanding, leave. Now, I scrambled back to my campsite, my heart hammering against my ribs. Packing became a frantic, almost violent act. Tent poles clattered as I wrestled them down, fabric ripped as I hastily stuffed the tent into its sack, without folding it properly. My sleeping bag was crammed haphazardly into its compression sack. Everything felt clumsy, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. All the while, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few seconds, my head would snap up, eyes darting towards the ring of sandcastles. They remained motionless, silent, yet their presence felt heavier now, charged with a kind of latent energy. Did that spire seem slightly taller than a moment ago? Was the shadow in that archway deeper? I couldn't be sure. My perception felt warped, unreliable. The air itself seemed to change. The crisp, clean salt tang was overlaid with something else, small noises. A faint, underlying scent of decay and ozone, like the air after a lightning strike combined with the smell of stagnant tide pools. And the sounds, the whispers, I'd imagined earlier seemed closer now, a sibilant chorus just below the threshold of hearing, riding on the rhythm of the waves. More distinctly, I started hearing a faint, intermittent scraping sound. It was soft, dry, like fine grit being dragged across stone. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. It seemed to come from the direction of the castles, but I couldn't pinpoint the source. Finally, backpack shouldered, campsite cleared as much as my panicked state allowed, I turned towards the faint indentation marking the start of the trail up the cliff face. Freedom was just a steep climb away. I took a step, then another, my eyes fixed on the path. That's when the fog rolled in. It didn't drift, and slowly from the horizon, it materialized, boiling up from the surface of the ocean with unnatural speed, a thick, gray, opaque wall that swallowed the coastline in seconds. One moment I could see the distant headlands, the next, my world had shrunk to a radius of maybe 20 feet. The fog was dense, clammy, clinging to my skin and clothes, muffling the sound of the waves into a dull, distant roar. Panic clawed its way up my throat again. I pushed forward, desperate to reach the trail before visibility dropped to zero. As I neared the base of the cliffs, another horror became apparent. The tide. It was coming in, not with the slow, steady creep I'd observed the day before, but with an alarming rapidity. Waves were already surging much higher up the beach than they should have been, crashing against the rocks near the trail entrance, sending plumes of spray into the fog, choked air. According to the charts, according to the rhythm of the ocean, I knew this was wrong, utterly wrong. I reached the spot where the trail began its ascent. Water swirled around my ankles, cold and shocking. I looked up, but the trail above was completely lost in the swirling gray miasma. Trying to climb it now, blind with the tide surging below, would be suicide. Escape was cut off. A strangled cry escaped my lips. I stumbled back away from the grasping water, retreating towards the slightly higher ground in the center of the beach. Back towards the silent ring of sandcastles. I was trapped. trapped between the unnaturally fast tide and the blinding fog. Breathing heavily, bordering on hyperventilation, I scanned the reduced circle of visibility around me. The fog wreathed like a living thing. The sandcastles loomed out of the gray, seeming darker, more menacing in the diffused light. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it, sand, trickling. Not randomly, but steadily pouring from the empty, Gothic archway of the castle nearest to me. It flowed like sand in an hourglass, pooling slightly at the base before being absorbed back into the beach. It was a deliberate, measured flow. As I watched, mesmerized by this small, impossible detail, I heard the scraping sound again, louder this time. Screw rape. It came from another castle just to my left. My head snapped towards the sound. A small turret, no bigger than my fist, seemed to shimmer for a second. Its pointed top visibly sharpened, the sand particles rearranging themselves with a faint, dry rustle. They weren't static. They weren't just structures. They were web-aware, or controlled. Manifestations of something aware. The horrifying realization crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. The fog, the tide. They weren't random acts of nature. They were tools. Containmember had built these impossible things. Whatever power resided on this isolated stretch of coast, it didn't want me to leave. It had allowed me my peaceful evening, my brief illusion of solitude, but now the game had changed. The beach wasn't a refuge. It was a terrarium, and I was the specimen. The scraping sound came again, closer this time. Not from a castle, but from the sand somewhere between them, hidden in the fog just beyond my line of sight. A dry, dragging sound. Something was moving. My mistake wasn't just choosing this beach. It was waking up this morning and not immediately scrambling up that cliff, tide or no tide. It was staying, observing, interacting. Now, I wasn't just an observer of the impossible. I was caught in its mechanism, and the mechanism felt cold, ancient, and terrifyingly hungry. So close now that the fine hairs on my arms stood on end, not just from the cold fog, but from a primal, instinctual revulsion. My feet felt rooted to the sand, my body locked in a paralysis born of sheer terror. The world had shrunk to this suffocating bubble of gray fog, the booming crash of the unnaturally high tide behind me, even the noises and the circle of impossible sandcastles looming like mausoleums at the edge of my vision. And that sound, that dry, insistent scraping, promising the arrival of something that had no place in the natural order. Then, out of the swirling fog near the base of the nearest castle, it emerged. It wasn't large, perhaps the size of a dog, but its form was utterly alien. It seemed sculpted from the same cold, unnaturally cohesive sand as the castles, its surface a complex tapestry of Gothic ridges and sharp angles. It moved with a jerky, multi-limbed gait that reminded me sickeningly of a crab or an insect, yet it had no discernible eyes, no mouth, just intricate, patterned sand. It paused, seeming to orient itself, and then another emerged beside it, slightly larger, more menacingly spired. Then another. Within moments, 5 of them stood there, silent except for the faint, dry rustle of their own movement across the damp sand. The scraping sound hadn't been one thing, it was them. The builders, the guardians, the inhabitants of this cursed cove. Raw, animal panic finally broke my paralysis. I didn't scream, the sound was trapped behind a knot of fear in my throat. I just turned and ran. Where? I didn't know. Away. My boots slipped on the wet sand, sucking at my feet, hindering my escape. I stumbled towards the cliff face, hoping blindly for some crevice, some ledge, any vertical escape from the horror skittering across the beach behind me. The fog swirled, playing tricks with distance and direction. The roar of the waves seemed to come from all sides now. The whispers intensified, no longer formless but coalescing into sharp, sibilant fragments that seemed to mock my terror. Stay, join us, become the scraping sounds multiplied. Faster now, closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. They were pursuing me, moving with an unnatural speed and agility, their sandy forms disturbingly distinct against the gray backdrop. One of them, lower to the ground, scuttled rapidly to cut off my path towards a darker patch of cliff that might have offered a handhold. I veered wildly, splashing through the reaching fingers of the tide, the icy water shocking my system, but doing little to cool the burning panic. The cold emanating from the creatures, from the castles, felt like a physical pressure against my skin. I felt cornered, hunted. The intricate faces I'd imagined on the castle ramparts earlier now seemed undeniably real in my peripheral vision. Tiny sand-carved eyes following my desperate flight, silent mouths stretched in grotesque, knowing grins. My flight led me to a small alcove in the cliff face, no more than a shallow indentation, slick with moisture and green algae. No escape upwards. The tide surged around my waist now, cold and powerful, threatening to pull me off my feet. I pressed myself back against the cold, wet rock, turning to face my pursuers. There was nowhere left to run. The 5 sand creatures fanned out, forming a semicircle before me, effectively trapping me against the cliff with the churning ocean at my back. They stopped about 10 feet away, motionless again, the only sound the ceaseless crash of the waves and the dry, rhythmic trickle of sand from the nearest castle's archway, like a clock counting down my final seconds. In the heart of the fog, surrounded by impossible architecture and alien beings made of sand and malice, I knew the profound, soul-shattering depth of my mistake. Coming here, existing here. Then they moved, all at once. Not fast, but with a deliberate, inevitable purpose. They didn't leap, they flowed across the remaining distance, their sandy limbs extending like pseudopods. I raised my hands futilely, a pathetic warding gesture. The first one reached me. Its touch was shockingly cold, abrasive like coarse sandpaper, yet incredibly strong. Tiny grains of sand worked their way under my clothes, into my eyes, my mouth, grating against my teeth. I cried out then, a strangled, terrified sound lost in the roar of the surf. Another creature grasped my leg, its touch sending waves of icy numbness radiating upwards. I felt myself being pulled down, off balance, into the surging water and the grasping sand. The pain was brief but intense, a feeling of being simultaneously crushed and pulled apart. But it quickly faded, replaced by something far stranger, a sense of dissolution. My body felt porous, as if the boundaries between myself and the sand, the water, the fog were blurring. The cold wasn't just external anymore, it was seeping inwards, replacing the warmth of my blood. My thoughts fractured, scattering like startled birds. Memories flashed the city, the job, the drive down Highway 1, the sunset distant, unimportant echoes from another existence. I felt the sand, not just touching it, but being it. I felt the intricate patterns of the creatures' bodies, the sharp spires of the castles from the inside. I felt the relentless rhythm of the tide as part of my own consciousness. The whispers resolved into a chilling clarity, the collective awareness of this place, ancient, patient, utterly inhuman, constantly building, constantly reclaiming, constantly absorbing. My name was Jacob. That consciousness, that collection of worries and hopes and experiences, dissolved like salt in water. What remains is something else. Part of the cove, part of the pattern. I feel the fog drift through me. I feel the tide shape me. I feel the relentless need to build, to maintain the intricate, gothic beauty that lures the lost and the desperate. Sometimes, a fragment of Jacob surfaces. A flicker of memory, a ghost of terror. It's that fragment telling you this now. Telling you that my camping trip was a deadly mistake. Not just because it ended my life as Jacob, but because it didn't end my awareness. I am trapped here, in the cold sand, in the endless cycle. If you ever feel the pull of Big Sur's wild beauty, the urge to find that secluded cove, the perfect escape, resist it. Some places hold secrets older than memory, secrets that are hungry. Some beaches are not meant for footprints, noises. Some castles are built not of sand, but of lost souls. And if you wake to find impossible structures surrounding you in the dawn light, don't run. It's already too late. X noises. You've already made the deadly mistake. You're already home. Noises. My name is Maya. It feels strange writing that, like introducing myself at a support group meeting, which, perhaps, isn't far from the truth these days. I used to be someone else, someone who loved the crackle of a campfire under a canopy of stars, the scent of pine needles crushed underfoot, the exhilarating exhaustion after a long hike. I loved the wild, the feeling of being small against the vastness of nature. It grounded me, reminded me of what was real. Now, the thought of setting foot in a forest, any forest, fills me with a dread so profound it steals my breath. It all changed during that final camping trip, the one I took to the Cleveland National Forest, the one that haunts my waking hours and turns my dreams into sweat-soaked nightmares. There were 4 of used me, my boyfriend Liam, and our closest friends, Chloe and Ben. We were inseparable, bonded by years of shared adventures and late-night talks. Camping was our ritual, our escape from the relentless pace of city life. We'd meticulously planned these trips for weeks, poring over maps, debating trail routes, and dreaming of s'mores. This particular trip felt special, though. We'd all been working relentlessly, stressed and disconnected. The Cleveland National Forest, sprawling and rugged, promised a true disconnect, a chance to recharge away from cell service and deadlines. We pictured crisp air, challenging hikes, and quiet nights filled only with the sounds of nature. Oh, the bitter irony of that expectation. We drove up on a Friday afternoon, and the California sun warm on our faces as we left the sprawl of San Diego behind. The ascent into the mountains was beautiful, the landscape shifting from coastal chaparral to denser oak and pine woodlands. Liam was driving, humming along to some indie rock playlist, while Clue navigated, occasionally pointing out scenic overlooks. Ben, ever the comedian, kept us entertained with terrible puns and observations about suspiciously shaped clouds. There was an air of giddy anticipation, the kind that bubbles up when freedom is just around the corner. We found our designated campsite nestled in a relatively secluded area. Surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush, it felt perfect, remote, peaceful, exactly what we'd craved. Setting up camp was a familiar, comfortable routine. Tents popped up, sleeping bags were unrolled, and Ben, ourself, the proclaimed fire master, immediately set about gathering wood for the evening's centerpiece. Liam and I organized the cooking supplies, already debating the merits of dehydrated chili versus campfire hot dogs. Chloe, ever the pragmatist, checked our water supplies and first aid kit. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting long, dancing shadows. The air was clean, sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth. For those first few hours, everything was exactly as it should be. We laughed, we worked together. We breathed in the tranquility. It felt like coming home. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Ben got the fire roaring. We gathered around its warmth, roasting marshmallows and swapping stories. The usual camping fare, exaggerated tales of past trips, jokes about encounters with squirrels mistaken for bears, the smallest noises, plans for the strenuous hike we'd tackle the next day. The darkness deepened, wrapping around our little circle of like a thick blanket. The sounds of the forest emerged, the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Normal sounds. Comforting sounds. Or so I thought. It was late, the fire burning down to glowing embers when we first heard it. Faintly carried on the night breeze. A whimper. High-pitched, undeniably human. "Did you guys hear that?" Ben asked, pausing mid-sentence, his head tilted. We all fell silent, straining our ears against the backdrop of crickets. There it was again, a little clearer this time. A soft, desolate sobbing sound. It seemed to come from deep within the woods, somewhere beyond the reach of our firelight. "Sounds like a kid," Chilla whispered, her brow furrowed with concern. Liam frowned. "Out here? This late? No way. Maybe someone got lost," I suggested, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. A family camping nearby. We hadn't seen any other campsites particularly close to ours, but the forest was vast. The crying continued, intermittent but persistent. It wasn't the angry wail of a toddler having a tantrum. It was the heartbroken, lost sound of a child truly distressed. It tugged at something primal and instincts to help, to soothe. An animal. Liam offered, though he didn't sound convinced. A coyote pup, maybe, or a mountain lion cub. "No," Chalo said firmly. "That sounds like a child. A small child." We listened intently. The sound seemed to drift, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes further away, muffled by the dense trees. It was eerie, unsettling. Why would a child be alone, crying deep in the woods after dark? Where were its parents? We can't just sit here, I said, the image of a lost, terrified child solidifying in my mind. What if someone's hurt? Ben nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right, we should check it out. At least look around the perimeter. Liam still looked skeptical. Noises. Glancing nervously into the impenetrable darkness beyond our tents. Maya, it's pitch black. We don't know what's out there. It could be dangerous. It sounds dangerous for whoever is crying, Chloe argued. We have flashlights. We'll stick together. We can't just ignore it. The debate was short-lived. The sound of the crying, so full of misery, was too compelling. Ignoring it felt wrong, irresponsible. Even Liam, despite his reservations, couldn't bear even the smallest noises, couldn't argue against the possibility of a child in danger. We grabbed our most powerful flashlights. Even the smallest noises. Liam tucked a hunting knife into his belt, more for reassurance than any real expectation of using it, and Ben hefted a sturdy branch he'd set aside for the fire. Hearts pounding with a mixture of apprehension and adrenaline, we stepped out of the comforting circle of firelight and into the oppressive darkness of the Cleveland National Forest. The crying persisted, a mournful beacon leading us into the trees, seeming to echo from just beyond the next shadow, always just out of reach. We had no idea we weren't just walking towards a sound, but towards the edge of a nightmare from which we might never fully return. Our deadly mistake had begun. The moment we stepped beyond the familiar glow of our campfire, the forest transformed. It was no longer the tranquil retreat we'd sought, but a labyrinth of black shapes and disorienting sounds. Our flashlight beams cut narrow tunnels through the oppressive darkness, illuminating gnarled tree trunks, thickets of thorny bushes, and the uneven, root-laced ground beneath our feet. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded unnaturally loud, echoing in the heavy silence between the bouts of crying. The air grew colder, carrying the damp scent of decaying leaves and unseen earth. We moved slowly, cautiously, calling out tentative hellas. And, is anyone there? Our voices sounded small, swallowed instantly by the vastness surrounding us. The crying was our only guide, yet it was the most unreliable compass imaginable. One moment it sounded heartbreakingly close, as if the child were just beyond the next ancient oak. We'd pushed through tangled branches, flashlights sweeping frantically, expecting to find a small, shivering figure huddled on the ground. But there was nothing. Only more trees, more shadows, and the sound now seeming to emanate from somewhere off to our left, perhaps further down the slope. Then, just as we adjusted our direction, it would seem to leap behind us, a faint, a chilling sob carried on the breeze from the direction of our camp. Where is it coming from? Chloe breathed, her voice tight with frustration and growing fear. She swept her flashlight beam in a wide arc, catching only the dense foliage and the unsettling reflection of our own wide eyes. It's like it's playing with us. Ben muttered, his earlier attempts at humor long abandoned. He gripped the heavy branch tighter, knuckles white. His gaze darted nervously into the darkness beyond the reach of our lights, as if expecting something to leap out. Liam, who had been trailing slightly behind, stopped. This is crazy. We've been walking for ages. We could be miles from the camp by now. He shone his light back the way we thought we'd come, but the path looked indistinguishable from the woods stretching in every other direction. Maybe it is just an animal echo bouncing off the trees weirdly. That was not an animal, Liam. I snapped, my nerves fraying. We all heard it. It's a child. But even as I said it, a sliver of doubt, cold and sharp, pierced my conviction. The sound was strange, too persistent, tug mobile. And sometimes, just for a fleeting second, beneath the sobbing, I thought I heard something else. A faint, high-pitched giggle that vanished as soon as I tried to focus on it. I told myself it was the wind, my imagination, the stress. We pushed onward, deeper into the woods. The terrain grew rougher, sloping downwards into a shallow ravine choked with ferns and loose rocks. Twice, Ben nearly lost his footing, sending cascades of pebbles rattling into the darkness below. The crying seemed to echo from the bottom of this ravine now, a continuous, mournful sound that scraped along my nerves. As we carefully navigated the descent, clinging to roots and low-hanging branches, and a natural stillness fell over the forest. The crickets had stopped chirping. The owls were silent. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths, the crunch of our footsteps, and the incessant, sorrowful weeping ahead. It was Kulo who noticed it first. "Wait, look." She pointed her flashlight beam at the base of a large sycamore tree near the bottom of the ravine. There, arranged in a neat, deliberate circle, were small, smooth river stones. They weren't native to this dry, elevated part of the forest. Someone had carried them here. And in the center of the circle lay a single, withered wildflower. It looked like a grave marker, disturbingly small. A chill entirely unrelated to the night air traced its way down my spine. "Okay, that's weird," Ben said, his voice barely a whisper. Liam shone his light around nervously. "Let's just keep moving. Find the kid, or get back to camp. I don't like this." But the crying seemed to intensify near the stone circle, drawing us closer despite the rising sense of dread. It sounded like it was coming from just behind the sycamore tree. Holding our breath, flashlights trained on the spot, we edged forward. Liam raised the knife slightly. Ben lifted his branch. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs. We rounded the thick trunk, bracing ourselves for whatever we might find. Nothing. Just more dense undergrowth and the continuation of the ravine. But the crying was loud now, deafeningly close, surrounding us. It felt like it was coming from the very air molecules around us, from inside our own heads. It was agonizing, a sound of pure, unadulterated despair. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. Chilo let out a small cry, stumbling backward. Ben cursed, sweeping his light wildly, and then, abruptly, it stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was more terrifying than the crying had been. It pressed in on us, heavy and suffocating. We stood frozen, listening to the frantic thumping of our own hearts, the blood rushing in our ears. The normal forest sounds didn't return. There was only stillness, profound and unnatural. What happened? Chilo stammered, her voice trembling. Where did it go? Ben asked, panning his light around frantically. Before anyone could answer, a different sound broke the silence. A sharp snap of a large branch breaking, somewhere very close, just beyond the edge of our light. It wasn't the sound of dead wood falling. It sounded deliberate, heavy. We spun around, flashlights converging on the source of the noise. Nothing moved, just the impenetrable wall of trees and shadows. Snap. Again, closer this time, off to our right. My breath hitched. Liam instinctively stepped in front of me, knife held outwards. "Hello," he called out, his voice tight with fear. "Who's there?" Only silence answered, but we could feel it, a palpable sense of presence. Something was watching us from the darkness, something that had lured us deep into its domain with the mimicry of a child's cry. The air felt thick with malice. We were lost, far from the safety of our fire, and we were not alone. The playful, elusive nature of the cryingly seemed sinister, a calculated trap. We looked at each other, terror reflected in our eyes. The search for the crying child was over. Now, even the smallest noises, we just had to survive whatever had been waiting for us in the dark heart of the Cleveland National Forest. Fleeing seemed the only option, but which way was out? And was whatever was out there going to let us leave? There was no discussion, no plan. The snap of that second branch, closer and heavier than the first, shattered the last vestiges of our courage. Primal fear took over. We turned and ran, scrambling back up the way we'd come, clawing at the loose soil and roots of the ravine wall. Logic dissolved. The only imperative was distance. Flashlight beams bounced wildly, illuminating fleeting patches of tangled undergrowth, treacherous roots, and the terrified faces of my friends. Behind us, another heavy thud echoed, as if something large had just landed nearby. We crashed through the forest blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline. Thorny branches tore at our clothes and skin, leaving stinging trails of fire. We stumbled over unseen obstacles, falling hard onto the unforgiving ground only to scramble back up, lungs burning, hearts threatening to explode. Liam kept a grip on my arm, pulling me along when I faltered. Ben was surprisingly agile, dodging trees, while Chloe, despite her obvious terror, managed to keep pace, her breath coming in ragged gasps, even the smallest noises. We didn't dare look back. The feeling of being pursued was overwhelming, a cold pressure on our backs. Even the smallest noises, the certain knowledge that something malevolent was pacing us just beyond the reach of our wavering lights. We could hear it, the rustling in the leaves that wasn't ours, the occasional snap of a twig that sounded too deliberate, too close. And then, the crying started again. But it was different now. The heartbreaking sorrow was gone, replaced by something thin and sharp, laced with a chilling, malicious glee. It wasn't the sound of a lost child anymore. It was the sound of the thing that had pretended to be one, and it was right behind us. No matter how fast we ran, how desperate we pushed ourselves, the sound clung to us, an invisible tormentor just over our shoulders. It seemed to come from directly behind my head. Then Ben's, a phantom presence flitting between us. Sometimes it would distort into a low growl, a guttural noise that vibrated deep in my chest before snapping back into that high-pitched, mocking whimper. "Make it stop!" Chalo screamed, tears streaming down her face as she ran. "Please, make it stop! Keep moving!" Liam yelled, his voice hoarse. "Don't listen to it! Just run!" How long we ran, I don't know. Time lost all meaning, reduced to a frantic cycle of panicked flight and desperate gasps for air. The forest seemed endless, a repeating pattern of menacing trees and suffocating darkness, designed to keep us trapped in its terrifying embrace. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burned, and a stitch flared agonizingly in my side. Just as I felt I couldn't take another step, that I would collapse right there on the forest floor and wait for whatever was hunting us, Ben shouted, "Lights!" I see through the trees. Far ahead was a faint, diffused glow. Not the warm, inviting light of our campfire, but the harsher, steadier light of electricity. A road. The main park entrance. It didn't matter. It was civilization. It was escape. That faint glimmer reignited our dwindling reserves of energy. We pushed towards it with renewed desperation, stumbling out of the dense woods and onto the hard, packed dirt of a fire trail. It felt blessedly solid beneath our feet. We followed it, half running, half stumbling towards the source of the light. The crying followed us onto the trail. It didn't need the cover of the trees. It echoed behind us, sharp and clear in the relatively open space, always seeming to emanate from just a few feet away. A constant, terrifying reminder that we weren't safe yet. We risked glances behind us, sweeping our flashlights down the trail. Nothing. Just the empty path disappearing back into the black maw of the forest. But the sound persisted, scraping at our sanity. Finally, agonizingly, we saw it, the familiar shape of Liam's SUV parked near where we'd started, reflecting the distant security lights of a ranger station or facility we hadn't noticed before. Relief so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. We sprinted the last 100 yards, keys already jangling in Liam's trembling hand. He fumbled with the remote, the car unlocking with an electronic chirp that sounded impossibly loud in the charged silence. We piled in, slamming doors, hearts pounding. Liam jammed the key into the ignition, engine roaring to life. As he threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, something slammed hard against the rear window. We all screamed. I twisted around, but saw nothing through the dusty glass except the dark line of trees. Yet, as we peeled away, speeding down the winding park road far faster than was safe, the crying didn't fade. It was inside the car with us. It seemed to come from the back seat, then the passenger footwell, then from directly behind my headrest. A thin, ready wail that pierced through the engine noise and our own ragged breathing. Clue sobbed uncontrollably in the back, hands clamped over her ears. Ben stared straight ahead, his face pale and rigid. Liam gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, eyes flicking constantly to the rearview mirror. I felt trapped, suffocated by the sound in the small, enclosed space. It was mocking us, letting us know that escaping the forest didn't mean escaping it. The crying finally, mercifully, faded as we hit the main highway, the orange glow of streetlights replacing the oppressive darkness. It didn't stop abruptly, it just seemed to thin out, like mist dissipating, until only the hum of the tires and our own shaky breaths remained. We drove the rest of the way back to San Diego in near silence, broken only by Clue's occasional shuddering breaths. We didn't talk about what happened. We couldn't. There were no words adequate to describe the terror, the wrongness of it all. We abandoned our camping gear. None of us ever wanted to see it again, let alone retrieve it from that cursed place. We tried to resume our normal lives, but the cracks were there. Our friendship, once effortless, became strained, haunted by the shared trauma we couldn't properly articulate. We drifted apart, the memory of that night an unspoken barrier between us. And for me, the horror never truly ended. The Cleveland National Forest holds a piece of my sanity I'll never get back. Because sometimes, usually late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm drifting towards sleep, I hear it. Faintly, like an echo from a long distance, or sometimes chillingly close, as if whispered right beside my ear. That high-pitched, desolate crying. It never lasts long, just a few seconds. Enough to make my blood run cold and steal my breath. Enough to remind me that we weren't just lost in the woods that night. We were found by something ancient and terrible, smallest noises, something that marked us. I never went camping again. I avoid forests, I sleep with the lights on. I couldn't even the smallest noises. And I will forever be haunted by the sound of a child crying in the dark, the sound of my deadly mistake.